All right, guys, welcome back to Press X Podcast. Welcome if you are new. Yes, that's right. Clean shaven NBG is here. Don't worry. It's not somebody new. It's not a different person. I'm still NBG. I assure you. Yes. Mistakes have been made, people. Mistakes have been made. We have to spend the first 10 minutes of this podcast acknowledging the facial hair is gone. But it's justified. I do think it's justified. The reason why it's justified is simple. No one on this channel has ever seen me with a completely clean shaven face. It's never happened before. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Even for me. When I first shaved it all off, I'm like, this is weird. This is weird. So take it in, absorb it, accept it. Also accept that this will probably be the last time that this ever happens. See a lot of guys saying it doesn't look half bad. Well, I appreciate that. It's hard not to feel a little bit self-conscious. I see people saying unsubscribing. No, wait. Don't unsubscribe. Not yet. It'll come back, I promise. It'll come back. Yes, this is MBG's twin. How does the wife feel? Not happy. She's okay with it. She definitely prefers a beard, though. She's a beard woman. And I feel bad because I even told her, I said a couple of weeks ago, I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to grow my beard out. And then like a couple weeks later, it's just like, I shaved my face completely clean with a razor. This is like the first time I've taken a razor to my face in probably, guys, I'm not even kidding when I say this. It's definitely been more than 15 years since I've taken a razor to my face. Think about that. And when I say my face, I mean actually my face, not like the neck area, right? Like I've shaven, the underneath of the neck. But to my actual face, it's been over 15 years since I've taken a razor to my face. Saying, you look good, MBG. Thank you, General Banana. Thank you to anybody who's giving me compliments, because I need it, man. I need it right now. I'm feeling a certain way. My confidence. I didn't know that when I got rid of my beard, my confidence would go with it. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that serious, but a lot of people are saying that I look a lot younger. And yeah, that's the thing, man. Apparently, I do look pretty young without a beard. So maybe I should embrace that. I feel like I am, I'm going to be 30 this year. So, people saying I look younger. What is going on with my light back here? Something trying to communicate with me? You see this? It's like spazzing out. Don't know what's going on with it. But yes, people are going to continue to join. And they're going to be like, whoa, MBG, you look very different. Look very different. Saying my face looks slimmer. That's interesting because I feel like it's the opposite for me anyway. I'm like looking at older pictures of myself without like a full beard. Still, a little bit of stubble, a little bit of a beard. I'm like, what happened to my face, man? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I guess I've gained weight over the years, a little bit of weight. But I appreciate it. I appreciate all the compliments. And yeah, I mean, look, this is the cleanest shaven it's going to look, right? This is the cleanest it's going to look because it's going to grow in pretty quick. I mean, if I stream like tomorrow or the next day, obviously it'll look pretty similar, but I shaved it yesterday and it's already, the shadow's already starting to come back. Oh man. So yeah, there we go. We need to get that out of the way. Get the initial shock out of the way. But we do have a podcast episode that is occurring today. Okay. New host, where's MBG? I don't know, man. This is I don't know, I guess I feel like I should use this opportunity to do a very dramatically different type of podcast, very different personality. But then people would probably not understand what's going on. But yes, this is Press X Podcast, PXP for short. This is episode 157. And I have a couple of super chats here that I will get to momentarily. But before I do, I want to, as always, let you guys know a couple of ways you can help support the channel, help support my content. I'm going to need to go out and buy something to help the beard grow back quicker. Okay, that's what's going to have to happen. So in order to make that happen, if you want the beard to come back, you're going to have to show some support. Show some support by either A, becoming a channel member, B, gifting channel memberships if you are already a channel member, or C, donating a super chat to not only conversate with me and keep the conversation going and keep it interesting, but to help support me. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy what I do, you guys have been coming out here and showing absolutely incredible support that I am very much thankful for, very much honored to be able to do this. So yeah, my last stream I did, I put a member goal up of 10 members. I lowered it. And you guys came out and you're like, you know what, MBG, we're not just going to go beyond 10 members. We're going to go to pretty much 82 members, which was wild. I did not expect that to happen at all. So, I figured I'll put it back up to 25. If you guys want to become a member, consider doing so. If not, if you're already a member, please consider gifting some channel memberships. We've been growing the channel members quite rapidly, which is awesome to see. So I really appreciate that. It's funny because I've seen some people saying like MBG going clean shaven must be some kind of sign that a PlayStation showcase is happening. I don't know. Is that what that means? We will find out. See, the idea is by the time the showcase happens, which is supposed to happen in about a month from now, my beard should be back. Just in time. Perfect length as well. Irate Volcano, already gifting 1 membership. Thank you so much for doing that, man. Let's see. Lucky Raygun was gifted a channel membership, courtesy of Irate Volcano 71. Thank you so much. If you guys want to keep it going, if at any point during the stream you want to get a membership train going, by all means, I will not stop you. So shout out to you, Irate Volcano. I see you out here gifting memberships. Okay, so first off, hit that like button. Show your support. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. We do have quite a few different topics to go over and discuss today. Let me manually add this here because, again, for some reason it doesn't do it. Let me give you a rundown of some of the topics that I plan to discuss over the course of this podcast episode. And then I'm going to get to these super chats. Let me bring it up here. Okay, so obviously we're going to be talking about Firewalk Studios, I guess. I don't know, is it Firewalk Studio? But Firewalk, the latest studio acquisition that PlayStation made, that Sony has made. We're going to talk all about that. We're going to be talking about the PlayStation Showcase. We have an update on it. I got to say, maybe I should have given it more time. I'm seeing more people come in, more people joining the stream, and they're acknowledging the fact that I am clean shaven. Yes, it's going to continue to happen. So I apologize for the shock. I probably should have warned people ahead of time because people are quite shocked, But who invited Caillou? Oh man, that's rough, bro. That's rough. Dr. Evil. Yeah, dude, that's the thing is I think really quick, I think one of the main reasons I decided to do it was because I needed to know like what will this look like? What will this look like? Because my head is shaven and a lot of you guys were like, dude, come on the stream without the hat. Not happening, bro. I don't think I look that bad. It does look a little jarring. That's for sure. It does look a little jarring. The hat's staying. We get to 1,000 members, maybe this hat will come flying right off. We get to 1,000 members, who knows? This hat's going to go right off, and yeah, it's going to be straight up Dr. Evil sitting here. But anyway, we're going to be talking about the PlayStation Showcase, and it's looking like it's happening, guys. It's going to happen. And apparently it's happening not in June. Apparently the PlayStation Showcase is coming at the end of May, which means we are literally just weeks away from the PlayStation Showcase. So we're going to talk all about that. All right. We're going to be talking about the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation in general. They just can't seem to stop dominating. PS5 sales are now outpacing PS4 sales, which is wild. I don't think people quite understand just how significant that is. We're going to talk all about that. We're going to talk about Spider-Man 2 because Insomniac has come out and basically said, please be patient. We need you guys to be patient. And we're going to be talking about PlayStation 5 scalpers and how I'm going to look like Jeff Bezos, MBG's Jeff Bezos era. That's awesome. That is all. Yeah, that's funny, dude. I love that. Okay, Kapapa, thank you for becoming a member, my friend. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Okay, Kapapa's like, we got to get to that 1,000 member mark. I got to see this. So thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate that. Again, anybody who wants to become a channel member, please consider doing so. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, and that's the thing. What if you were a channel member before this stream started and you checked my community tab, I did let my members know ahead of time that I shaved my face. I didn't give a picture or anything. Still had to keep the actual surprise, but anybody who was a member who came across that post, they knew it was coming. It wasn't quite as shocking for them. They were ready. So yeah. We need a Hassan pick with the new emojis. Dude, we should get I should do a clean shaven MBG emoji is what I should do. I just don't know what it would represent. But yeah, these are the topics we're going to talk about that I have planned. And obviously, it's no secret. Is MBG probably Is it likely that MBG is going to discuss Xbox at some point today? Is he going to talk about Xbox? Yes. Obviously we are. Okay, obviously we are. Not going to hide it. Not going to pretend. We all know it's coming. I know it's coming. You know it's coming. Xbox fans know it's coming. It's happening. All right. But it'll come up when it comes up, and it might come up quickly. It's hard to say. So with that being said, I am now going to dive into some of the super chats that I have received. You're saying, well, it is an Xbox podcast. Hey, man, it is called Press X Podcast. There's a reason why it's not called Press Cross Podcast. For those who don't know, the X button on the PlayStation controller is actually the official terminology is the cross button. It's a cross button. So I could have called it, and some people think I should have called it Press Cross Podcast to be correct, but no, I'm calling it Press X Podcast. I saw a YouTube ad for a Bollywood movie called MBG today. No joke. What? That's hard to believe that that's not a joke. A Bollywood movie called MBG. Did they make a movie about me? Did they make a Bollywood movie about me? I'm gonna have to look into this. That is so weird to think. Let me start with these super chats really quick. PSP Reviewer 100 says Hassan replaced him with a clone. Clone MBG. They cloned me. It's an Arnold reference, I think, for a movie called The Sixth Day, where Arnold gets cloned. Don't know if any of you have ever seen it. If not, you're probably like, what the hell was that? Let me see. Inspector Guru, a member for 11 months. Saying, inserts Chris Farley raising shades gif. Yes. I know that one. That is very much applicable here. That is very much applicable here. I see somebody asking, any news on Abandoned? As of right now, no. Not that I'm aware of. There is no news on the PlayStation 5 exclusive video game, Abandoned. Colby Watson, your message was retracted, unfortunately. Let me see. And then we got New Soul 9. I'm going to get to your super chats in just a moment, bud. Parth Dave, you're saying the first member post I got was about clean-shaven MBG. Thanks to whoever and everyone who gifts memberships to us who are not able to buy one. Yeah, I love to see it, man. Love to see it. Again, big shout out to everybody who has been donating, or not donating, but gifting channel memberships. A lot of appreciative new members out there. The Contextual Gamer saying, damn, MBG, looking smooth like PS5 frame rates, LOL. Yeah, I had to prove a point with the whole 60 FPS thing, you know? I'm going to talk about having a smooth frame rate. I gotta match it, you know? And then we have New Soul 9 saying, MBG, I was trying to send this super chat last podcast. I wanted to say that I agree about Microsoft never laying down the foundation, and it took them until 2016 to realize that, even though they should have established it back in the early 2000s, and now we, the fan, are pretty much suffering the consequences, but hey, better late than never, am I right? I am in agreement with that, yes. Absolutely. I am a believer in better late than never. Absolutely, because, I mean, you know, it's better than never, right? So, yeah, the last stream I did, we had a very, very long conversation and discussion about, you know, how Microsoft got to this point, how Xbox as a brand got to this point, and I thought that it was a good time to have that conversation because we were getting reports that apparently Microsoft's upper management is not happy with the state of Xbox. We were hearing reports that, you know, maybe Hi-Fi Rush didn't make enough money. And I'll be honest, like I was combing through some of the comments on that last stream, and most of them were positive, which I appreciate. But there were some comments, some people were saying, and I'm sure there were quite a few people on the internet saying basically that, like, dude, you know, this is a false rumor. This is misinformation. Microsoft, or Aaron Greenberg from Microsoft, came out and, you know, crushed this rumor and said it was a success. And, you know, it frustrates me because it just goes to show that, like, people don't, first off, they don't even read the entire title of the stream. Okay? They don't read the entire title of the stream, and they don't listen to my stream. If they read the entire title of the stream, they would have seen that in the title, it says rumor. It is a rumor. And if they actually listened to the stream, they would know there was not a single ounce of misinformation, at least when talking about the, I mean, I don't think there was any misinformation in the podcast, but we talked about a lot of different things. But when it comes to talking about Hi-Fi Rush and the rumor that it didn't make enough money, I covered the whole gamut. Like, I covered the initial rumor, I covered the reactions of what people were thinking, what they were saying, and then I covered what Aaron Greenberg said, you know, and we came to a conclusion. And the conclusion that I came to was that it's very likely that Hi-Fi Rush is viewed as a success at Microsoft internally. But it's also just as likely that the rumor of it not making enough money is true as well. Like, both of those things can be true. You're saying, hey, MBG, Jeff Grubb was on Spawncast last night and clarified all the confusion over what he said about Microsoft. Did you watch it? No, I was unaware. You're saying he doubled down. It was an internal success, but a poor financial success. Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think that's really all he was saying, you know, and it makes sense. To me, it's one of these things where if you listen to the way he said it, I understand why maybe it needed clarification, you know, because to be honest, the current state of Xbox within the media and publicly facing right now, it's not very good. It's just not very good. It's in a bad place. And with knowing that, you know, you get somebody, they come out and they say, well, from what I heard, Hi-Fi Rush didn't make enough money. And people, it is understandable that when people hear that, they naturally think to themselves, well, if a video game didn't make enough money, then it's a failure, because that's how success is measured in the video game industry, or at least how it has been measured. But then Aaron Greenberg comes out and he says, hey, listen, when it comes to how we measure success, he didn't say how they did. He said how we measure success, it was a breakout hit. So my assumption there is that maybe Hi-Fi Rush, didn't make a lot of money. Maybe Microsoft was even hopeful that it would make more money than it did, but it was considered a success in terms of it got some new subscribers to Game Pass, it got great review scores, and it got people talking very positively about Xbox. Those are all things that the company, Microsoft, and the brand, Xbox, can benefit from quite a bit. So, I just think people, look, before you go around accusing me of, putting out misinformation or anything like that, I suggest read the entire title and listen to what I have to say, because honestly, I feel like people just end up looking kind of foolish when it's like, you didn't listen. And some people even respond and they say like, oh yeah, I didn't listen to the stream, I'm not listening to it. And it's like, why are you commenting? You don't know what was said. You are just assuming to know what was said. So that's all, Let me see here. Subtext, you're saying the Firewalk news is the best news of 2023. Say they could have kept it quiet like they did with Bluepoint, especially with ABK decisions ongoing. Instead, they made it public. Big step forward. I agree. See, to me, the Firewalk news, Sony coming out and announcing that we've acquired Firewalk Studio, this is the beginning of something great, in my opinion. I could be wrong. We still have, like I said, 5 or 6 weeks, maybe less than that. We maybe have like 4 to 5 weeks before we really get our answer. But to me, I always kind of had this time frame in my mind going into 2023, and I always felt like, well, Sony is really hanging on to the Activision Blizzard deal. They're continuing to fight it. They're not letting it go. And so I really thought, okay, well, January, February, March, the first quarter of 2023, I don't think Sony's just going to drop it. I don't think Sony's just going to come out and be like, yeah, we don't care about it anymore. I fully expected that January through March was going to be pretty weak, frankly. I mean, yes, there is, PSVR 2. They had Forspoken. Dude, come on, man. Why are you spamming the chat? They had Forspoken, and they had a State of Play that frankly was not very good at all. So I kind of had this feeling, the first 3 months of 2023 for PlayStation are probably going to be pretty underwhelming. They're probably not going to be that exciting. But going into the second quarter, where we are now, April, May, June, I kind of had this feeling where I'm thinking, this is where I think Sony's going to completely turn things around. And the fact that we haven't heard them say anything about the Activision Blizzard deal is a good thing. The fact that they have come out and announced that we've acquired a new studio is a good thing. The fact that we are getting rumors that Sony has a showcase that's going to occur before June and at the end of May is a very good thing, because all of this points to finally Sony is done hanging on to this Activision Blizzard deal, and they're getting ready to do what we've all been waiting for them to do, what we've all been wanting them to do, and that is, bring out the big guns. No more holding back, right? No more holding back. Come out, get fans excited, get the PlayStation fan base buzzing again. Let's get a move on. And I think that the Firewalk acquisition is the first clear indication that this is exactly where we are now. Now, the next thing in line that'll tell us whether or not this is true, in 3 days, the CMA, the UK regulatory body, is going to come out and they're going to let us know whether or not they're approving the Activision Blizzard deal for Microsoft. And it seems like they're going to. Also, there's been a lot of discussion that they're going to approve it. Like, it will be very interesting to see what Sony does in reaction, if they react at all. If they don't react at all, that's good. If they choose to just ignore it and basically announce something completely separate or talk about something completely separate, that's even better. The last thing I think I want to see, though, and I think the last thing that anybody wants to see, is when the CMA comes out in 3 days and says, yeah, Activision Blizzard, you're good, Microsoft, go for it. We don't want to see, well, here's what Jim Ryan and Sony have to say in response. I don't think anybody wants to see that. I don't want to see that. Let me see here. We got Zanarkand Blitzer, member for 20 months. You're saying, MBG, who is this clean-shaven, handsome man I see before me? I hope you and your family had a great Easter. Can you catch me up with these new changes with the stream? Member goal, super chat, on stream. Yeah, well, thank you so much for the compliment, buddy. I appreciate that. And yeah, me and my family, we did have a good Easter. Thank you for asking. I hope you had a good Easter as well. Some of the changes, nothing too major. Essentially, what I plan to do going forward is having more streams. Not every day, but when it makes sense to stream, I want to stream. I want to try to stream more throughout the week on top of my normal video content. And I'm also trying to grow the channel memberships. And we've been doing a great job growing the channel memberships here. The main reason for this is because I want to up the frequency. I want to be able to output more on my channel. And in order to do that effectively, I am going to need more direct fan funding. And that's the great thing about channel memberships, is people who decide to become a channel member, or after they're gifted a membership, they decide, I want to stay here and continue to support MBG on a month-to-month basis. That goes an extremely long way in helping me do what it is that I do here. A lot of people have been telling me recently that we like this new version of MBG, this unapologetic, just, straightforward, no nonsense. Well, maybe a little bit of nonsense, but mostly no nonsense MBG that's just going to tell it like it is and give his unfiltered thoughts. A lot of people have been saying that they really like that. And the truth is, in order for that to continue to be a thing and continue to grow, it is going to require fan funding. So just know that for everybody who becomes a member, everybody who gives memberships, you are helping, just solidify that even more so than it is now, and allowing for even more growth going forward. So that's what's going on, Zanarkand Blitzer. Obviously, things like super chats and just being here watching the stream, leaving a like, all of that goes an incredibly long way as well. So that's pretty much what you need to know. And we have M and Ace saying, in play has no limit ad, the Queen equals Call of Duty. I know what ad you're talking about, and I don't remember exactly how it played out, but yeah, what people are discovering is if you go back to that ad, what we're talking about, for those who are unaware, back in 2021 when PlayStation had their showcase, the first thing they opened the showcase up with was like a 2.5 minute, play has no limits ad. And in that ad, so many games were teased, so many games. And people, even now, today, I see are going back and realizing that games that are just coming out now were being teased back then. For example, most recently, people were pointing out that there was the Resident Evil 4 logo. It was the, I forget the name of the logo, but it's basically the cult symbol in Resident Evil 4. That was spotted in the trailer, and a lot of people were like, how did we miss that? Right? It was right in front of us the whole time. Sony told us in 2021 that Resident Evil 4 is coming back. Very subtly, of course. People also are picking up on the fact that at one point in time in that trailer, as this woman was sneaking underneath a desk, past the guard, kind of reminds me of Metal Gear Solid a little bit, but on that desk was a radio. And when people looked at that radio, they're like, that's a radio from Silent Hill. And then Silent Hill 2 Remake eventually ended up getting confirmed for PS5. So, people might want to, continue to look at that and see what else might end up, what else was teased. But yeah, you're saying the Queen was Call of Duty? Maybe. It's hard to say. Paul Ganell, member for 13 months. You're saying, what's happening, MBG? You've shaved. Yes, I have. Yes, I had like a 5-minute discussion on it at the beginning of the stream. I know it was going to be a topic of discussion. So I'm glad you've noticed. Kirahi gifting another channel membership. Who was gifted the membership? Steve Weil gifted a membership courtesy of Kirahi. So thank you so much, Kirahi, and welcome aboard, Steve. I appreciate that. That is another one I have to add to the board here. So thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. If you guys want to keep it going, by all means, keep it going. McShawn Williams, you're saying, what's up, MBG? I honestly don't believe we'll get a showcase next for Sony. Doesn't care about their core audience right now. They're I think you meant to say they're too busy fighting the ABK deal. And I noticed, so McShawn, you sent this twice. I don't know if, I'm assuming that was by mistake, but either way, I appreciate it. It basically adds up to a $10 super chat. So thank you so much, man. I understand that. I like, dude, listen, I completely understand that mindset where Sony has gone so long without a showcase, and they have not been communicating that well over the past couple of months with the core audience. And a lot of people, they don't want to hear rumors of a showcase. They don't want to talk about a showcase because they have that mentality that they feel like Sony just simply doesn't care. They're not going to be doing it. Their focus is on the ABK deal. But I'm telling you that I don't think so, man. Like it's difficult for me to believe that because Sony has gone way longer than they ever should have not having a proper showcase. So we're past the time that Sony should have had a showcase. And Paul Ganell, thank you so much for gifting yet another membership. Let's see who was gifted this time. Rigby was gifted a membership by Paul Ganell. So shout out to you, Paul, and welcome aboard, Rigby. And it's worth noting, I want to just put this out here as well. We have over 730 people here hanging out with me, which is great. People do ask, and I have to continue to reiterate this so people are aware, how do I get gifted a membership? It is random, but what YouTube officially says is the more engaged you are with a channel, the more interactive you are with a channel, the higher the chances are that when members decide to gift memberships, you will be chosen to receive one. So keep that in mind. But McShawn, you're saying it was my mistake, my fault. Well, hey, no problem, man. Like I said, it basically adds up to be a $10 super chat rather than a $5, and I'm very much appreciative of that. And I think it's important to acknowledge that even though when we discussed the PlayStation showcase, I personally am very excited. Like I firmly do believe. I 100% believe, and I'm not saying you have to take my word for anything because it's just how I feel, that we are getting a showcase in a matter of like 5 weeks. And I am also of the belief that when this showcase happens, it's going to be one for the ages. If it's not, we're going to have a problem. Sony's going to have a problem. I really do firmly believe this because Sony, they came out very strong. They had the future of gaming PS5 showcase. They had 2 showcases in 2020, and the hype, I've never seen the hype so high for PlayStation. It was through the roof. And then 2021 rolled around, and the hype died out pretty quick due to the fact that people couldn't buy PS5s. Not Sony's fault, but Sony, even during that time, even in 2021, when Sony was struggling to sell PS5s due to the shortage, they still had a showcase. And the showcase, in the eyes of most PlayStation fans, was still pretty good. They saved all of their first-party stuff for the end, but at the end of the 2021 showcase, they're like, here's Spider-Man 2, here's Wolverine, here's God of War, right? Here's GT7. And people were very much excited about that. And that was it. That was the last time we had any reveals from Sony's first party. Think about that. The last time Sony revealed anything from their first party studios was from September of 2021. September of 2021. They've went that long without talking about their studios, without having a proper showcase. It's not to say that they haven't made announcements. They have. They've had third-party announcements, plenty of those. But, when it comes to the core PlayStation fan base that is here for the first party stuff, and that's what they care about most, yeah, Sony has been starving the fan base, not of games. Sony has been doing an amazing job releasing the games that they announced prior. And no one's taking that away from Sony. Everyone, I think, is willing to give credit where it's due, where Sony's been doing a great job maintaining the consistency, maintaining that schedule, actually releasing games. But it's the fact that now we're reaching the end of that rope where everything that was announced is either out or about to come out. Like the last two games that we have Final Fantasy 16 coming out in June. That was originally revealed at the Future of Gaming Showcase, I believe in June of 2020. That's when we first saw it. Now it's getting ready to come out. And then we have Spider-Man 2, which was revealed in September of 2021. And that's getting ready to come out at the end of this year, assuming it doesn't get delayed. So outside of that, we know about Wolverine through a CG trailer. We know about The Last of Us multiplayer game due to not only job listings, but Naughty Dog talking about it, but not showing anything except 2 pieces of concept art. Right? We know about, these first party games that we haven't seen anything of yet. We know that Team Asobi's working on a new game. I mean, the list really goes on. And so while I understand, I don't want people to end up disappointed, and I don't want to encourage that. If your gut is telling you not to get excited, if your gut is telling you, look, I've been burned many times in the past by waiting, for rumors to come true just to end up disappointed. I don't want to encourage anybody to, have faith basically and assume that it's going to be true. Definitely don't do that. Go with your gut instinct, go with your intuition. My intuition personally, though, is telling me that maybe it is a bit of wishful thinking, but it all adds up to me. The stars are aligning. By the way, is my stream struggling here? Nope, looks like it's all good. To me, the stars are clearly aligning here, in my opinion. It's to me, it's very clear, and my gut is telling me that Sony's going to put on a show, and this show is going to rock the entire gaming industry. That's what I think. And I have something that I want to discuss in regards to this PlayStation Showcase that I don't know, man. I need to bring it up, but Paul Ganell gifting yet another membership. Thank you so much, man. That's another one we can add to the board here. So we are already at 4 members, which is awesome. Awesome. Very early into the show, already at 4 members. And Rockstar Boy 999 was gifted a membership courtesy of Paul Ganell. So again, shout out to you, Paul. Thank you for that. And welcome aboard, Rockstar Boy. It actually makes sense. It's good timing, I should say, that this is the individual who is gifted a membership, because there's something that I didn't bring it up here. I should have had it up and ready to go. It's just something that I came across that I'm not putting much stock into. I'm not looking at this rumor and saying oh, this is true, but I just thought the timing of this is interesting. So let me see. I came across this post. It was posted 2 days ago. Okay. It was posted 2 days ago on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, and it says Hip Hop Gamer teases GTA 6 alongside CEO of Take-Two Interactive. Today, Hip Hop Gamer made a tweet where he posed in a photo with Strauss Zelnick, the CEO of Take-Two Interactive, making remarks about the upcoming Grand Theft Auto 6. And he says, "Get hyped is all I can say. I love Rockstar Games. Thank you in advance. And when I tell you that Grand Theft Auto 6 will be a forever moment to remember, oh man, it's over." Now, what's interesting about this, I can't actually see the image for some reason. I'm going to see if I can bring it up here. Is yes, he assuming this isn't photoshopped. I don't think it's photoshopped. It's pretty random. It definitely doesn't look photoshopped. It seems legit, and that would be a strange thing to Photoshop. But he is posing with Strauss Zelnick, and Yeah, I mean, look, we don't talk about Hip Hop Gamer very much, and I think a lot of people view him when it comes to rumors and inside information as very hit or miss. But the reality is, Hip Hop Gamer has been correct about things in the past. And maybe he just wasn't given enough credit for some of the things he's been correct about. But I just think it's maybe a situation where there's also things he's been incorrect about as well. But the reason why this caught my attention is because this isn't about being right. I want to make that clear. Like, this has nothing to do with being right about anything, but it's just, I get this sense, right? Like, I've been saying for, I don't know how long now. I think I've been saying since 2020 that when GTA 6 gets revealed, there's a very, very good probability, a very high probability that GTA 6 is going to be at a PlayStation show. And I've tried to explain to people that this is beyond huge for Sony. A lot of core gamers, a lot of hardcore gamers, people who are in the know, people who pay attention, we tend to just kind of shrug something like that off. Because we all know, well, it's not an exclusive game. GTA 6 is not an exclusive, never will be, not going to happen. It's going to release on Xbox. It's going to release on PC probably as well. So yeah, it's exciting, but it's not that big of a deal. But I try to get people to understand how far this really goes, where the GTA brand is, I think Grand Theft Auto might be the biggest intellectual property in the world. I don't know that there's anything else out there that is bigger than Grand Theft Auto. Some people might not believe that statement. But if you look at the record that GTA 5 broke, Minecraft is not bigger than GTA. Call of Duty is not bigger than GTA. Pokemon is not bigger than GTA. People think it is. It's not. Not even close. Not even close. Even Mario isn't bigger than GTA. I'm telling you, people think that's not true. Go look at the data. Go look at the numbers. You will see just how insanely relevant GTA actually is. GTA is bigger. You know what? Well, hold on. The Mario statement I might be wrong with. This I want to make sure of. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe I am wrong. Mario is the biggest. Tetris, Pokemon, Call of Duty. Come on now. Well, all right. I guess I can't argue that. I must have gotten my data mixed up. Franchises sales include expansion packs, even though they're not considered free to play, and microtransactions. Yo, holy crap, man. I'm like, there's no way, bro. I refuse to believe that Call of Duty is bigger than GTA. That I cannot accept. I was at least correct in that Super Mario, FIFA. Well, FIFA's actually under GTA. Minecraft. Hold on, there's something else I want to bring up. GTA 5 breaks sales record. There was this one, when it comes to GTA 5, there was this one statistic that I remember when I heard about it. I think it's right here. GTA 5, this was back in September of 2013. It says, GTA 5 smashes global week 1 sales records. GTA 5 set not just a gaming record, but also an entertainment record. Okay, this is why I was getting ahead of myself here. This is why I was thinking, okay, GTA is bigger than anything. Because I remember I came across this and I couldn't believe it. Like, I knew GTA was big, but I had no idea it was this big. The article says GTA 5 set not just a gaming record, but also an entertainment record, reaching $1 billion in sales in just 3 days. In its first day, the game sold 11 million units and generated $800 million. It is also no surprise that opening week sales were the biggest in gaming history, topping the annual best-selling franchise Call of Duty. In the first 5 days, GTA 5 sold 16 million units and generated $1.15 billion. 8.8 million units, or 55% of sales, were on the 360. Well, wow, that's crazy to think. The PS3 version sold 7.2 million. And it actually exceeded expectations. So, to me, what's wild about that, like, the thing that really, the thing that blew my mind when I read that statistic and I learned about that is that, hold on, you're telling me GTA, it didn't just set a new record within the video game industry. GTA 5, in terms of how much money it made, killed everything. Literally everything in every other industry. Movies, TV, books, music, anything. It killed everything. That shocked me because I was like, how could, like, that is insane. Like, that is absolutely insane. And so the thing that really books, yeah, the thing that really I think surprises me is how much the GTA IP has grown since 2013. That's the thing that I think is crazy. We are a decade removed from when GTA 5 came out, and in that time, it has only grown substantially. So I'm thinking to myself, if this is what GTA 5 could do during the Xbox 360 and PS3 era, where both of these consoles, both the PS3 and the Xbox 360, sold about 80 million units when it was all said and done, give or take, maybe a little bit more than that, 80, 85. The gaming industry, the console market, has grown very substantially, quite substantially since then. If GTA 5 can sell 11 million units in 3 days, what is GTA 6 going to do when it releases potentially in 2024 or 2025? What's it going to do? Like, I'm pretty sure it's going to shatter this record, no problem. It's going to sell well beyond 11 million units in 3 days. It's going to make a lot more money than what was made by GTA 5. It's going to be wild. You're saying 40 million in 3 days? Now I'm wondering, what's the most top 10 fastest selling games in their first week? Let's see. GTA 5. Wait, so GTA 5 does hold the record. Oh, wow, okay. I didn't know that. And what's crazy is underneath GTA 5 is Skyrim. And then Pokemon. Diablo 3, wow. Okay. So yeah, assuming that this is accurate information, GTA 5 does currently hold the record for most amount of units sold within 1 week. Which is... So the first 3 days were 11 million. I think 1 week was 16 million. 16 million. Wow. That is shocking. And that's its first 5 days, 16 million units. So the idea, so here's what I'm thinking. Again, this was a decade ago. Somebody's saying that 40 million units in 3 days. I think that's high. Like, I think 40 million units in 3 days is too high, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's definitely not. But you know why? Dude, let me tell you, GTA 5 still tops the charts somehow. I don't know how it does. It still does. Yeah, 40 million would be, I got to admit, it's not, I think it is within the realm of possibility, but the thing about it is I think it really is, I think the amount of copies that GTA 6 sells in its first week is hinging upon how many consoles are out there. And I think it's really going to be hinging upon how many PS5s are out there. Because let's fast forward. Let's go to, let's say GTA 5 comes out March of 2025. How many millions of units of PS5s will be out there? How many millions of units of PS5s will be out there by March 2025? Well, let's see. I think Sony is going to blow. I mean, Sony's obviously going to blow past 40 million this year. I think Sony's probably going to end this year close to 60 million, potentially. No, or not 60 million, 50 million. Close to 50 million units sold thanks to Spider-Man. And I think they're going to get a massive momentum boost in sales at the end of this year, going into 2024. Just saying 60 million. To be honest, I could see the PS5 either being very close to 70 million or actually being beyond 70 million. Yeah, 70 to 75 million PS5 units sold by March 2025 sounds realistic to me, based off the way things are going right now. Okay, so let's think about this then. We also have the Xbox Series consoles. I don't know how, I mean, it's a lot harder to determine where the Xbox Series consoles would be by that point. Maybe, I don't know, like 40 million? Maybe 40, 45 million, give or take. Maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. 30, oh, that would be bad. No way. It has to go, it can't be at 30. That would be bad. No way. 30 million by March 2025? No way, dude. Even I think that's way too low. That console would be a failure at that point. I think 40 sounds close. We'll see, though. We'll see. Okay, so, you add that up. That's over. I guess, all right, here's the important thing I'm trying to say. By the time we get to March 2025, assuming that's when GTA 6 launches, and I think that's a little bit later than when it would launch, the PS5 and Xbox Series combined will have over 100 million units out there. Sony will have the marketing to GTA 6. Okay, Sony will, like, GTA 6 is going to be marketed alongside the PlayStation 5 console. And I imagine that if there's an install base of around between 60 and 70 million people who bought PS5s, I'm telling you, like 80% of those people are, at least 75%, maybe 75% of those people are going to buy GTA 6 within the first week. Or not, maybe not within the first week, because to be honest, that would be like 50 million, or it would be a wild number. But I guess I'm just saying, like, I'm very interested in seeing what the hell happens with GTA 6, because I could be wrong, but my gut. So I remember back with the PlayStation 5 in 2020, my gut was telling me, like in 2019, my gut was telling me in 2019 that, dude, the PS5 is going to reach new heights. Like, this is not the PS4. This is not the PS3. I think the PS5 is actually going to surpass the PS2. I think it's good. Like, I really just had this feeling. I'm like, you can feel it. You can tell. Like, there's something different here that hasn't ever been here before. And you know what's fucking crazy to think is that was true. The hype and the momentum for the PS5 was beyond anything we've ever seen, in my opinion, in the console space. I've never seen anything like that. And it got killed. It got killed almost immediately due to the pandemic and the component shortage. And yet, 2 years later, close to 2 years later, going a year and a half, pretty much 2 years straight, with a severe component shortage, the PS5 is like, it didn't lose an ounce of momentum. The PS5 is now selling faster than the PS4. That is, like, I don't think people understand. Do you know how crazy that is? The PS4 never had a component shortage. No PlayStation console in the past ever had a component shortage, anything like this. And even if there was a shortage, it lasted maybe for a couple months at most, not years. And that couldn't stop the PS5. And the PS5 is out here surpassing the PS4 without any major first-party game releases. Except, I mean, of course, we got God of War in November. But I'm talking like the first quarter of this year. The heavy lifting that Hogwarts Legacy has just done for the PS5, vice versa, the heavy lifting that the PS5 just did for Hogwarts Legacy, dude, you're going to see that with GTA 6 tenfold. And that's going to be, I'm telling you, it's going to be wild to watch. I am so excited to see the GTA 6 logo appear at the PlayStation Showcase because it's gonna be fucking crazy. It's gonna be crazy. Now I got a couple super chats I want to get to, but I know that was I went to a different direction there, but it's because when I saw that rumor, again, I don't know if it's true, but to me it's been obvious for some time that we're gonna. You're saying I need tattoos on my face? I don't know about that, dude. It's been obvious for some time to me that GTA 6 is going to show up at a PlayStation Showcase. And when it does, I mean, people may not believe it when I say this, and this may be a loaded statement, but I think it's true. That's all Sony needs. Sony doesn't need to buy Take-Two Interactive. Sony doesn't need to buy a publisher. Dude, the amount of PS5 units, if I'm just trying to explain to people that GTA 6 is up there as an IP. This is a game this is a name that appeals to the most casual of casual gamers somehow, which is ironic because Rockstar creates some of the most technically impressive games. And you could argue maybe that's how it actually appeals. You know, it's the most technically impressive, like open world and type of simulation. It's hard to, it's something that stands out, no doubt. But it appeals to literally everyone. And I'm just trying to explain to people that when that logo shows up on commercials, on the internet, anywhere, on billboards, anywhere GTA 6 can and will be advertised, you're going to see the PS5 logo next to it. You're going to see the PlayStation logo associated with it. Do you know how many units? do you know like what type of heavy lifting that's going to do for the PS5 console? GTA 6 is going to do more for the PS5 console this generation than any of Sony's first-party games. And I know people don't want to hear that or believe it, but that's the truth. That's the truth. GTA 6 is going to do more for the PS5 console than any other game, any exclusive, any other third party. And if Sony makes a GTA 6 bundle, it's over, bro. It's over. And that's all Sony needs, dude. Isn't that the crazy part of it? Sony doesn't have to buy GTA. They don't have to lock it down as an exclusive. They don't have to buy Take-Two Interactive. They have to maybe worry that somebody else might try to buy them, of course. But that's Sony knows how to make the moves, man. Like, they know how to make this stuff work for them. And don't get me wrong, it's not like Sony won't be paying for it. Sony will have to sign probably a massive check to Rockstar to get those marketing rights. But there's a reason, and I always harken back to this because I think it's gonna be very relevant, probably very soon, possibly in the next 4 to 5 weeks. There's a reason why back in June of 2020, when Sony said, please tune in to the Future of Gaming showcase, where we're going to reveal the PlayStation 5. And the very first thing that Sony decided to open up with was Jim Ryan talking about Grand Theft Auto 5 for the PS5 and letting everybody know that when this releases, all PS5 owners will get it for free for the first 3 months. and then went on to basically explain that, you know, they love having this partnership with Rockstar Games and Take-Two Interactive. There is a reason for that. It's because Sony knows that everything I'm saying is true. That's why, man. Like, they know the gold mine that is just having the GTA 6 brand and logo associated with your console and your brand. So it's going to be it's going to be fun to watch the launch of GTA 6, and we're going to see some wild shit happen that has never happened in the video game industry before. Unless there is always the chance that the first time we see GTA 6, it looks extremely underwhelming and people are like, yo, Rockstar fell off. That could happen. I don't think that's even remotely likely, but that is a possibility. Could you imagine that? That would be, oh man, that would be cataclysmic, is what that would be. But that's the thing. It sounds like a fantasy. Like, there's no possibility of that happening, because that's how big GTA is, man. That's how big GTA is. All right, let me see. Let me get to these super chats. Thank you guys as well for becoming members. I think I got somebody became a member. Or maybe I didn't add it up here. Okay, I forgot to add one. That's what it was. Let me see where we at here. Stacy Whedon, you're saying Xbox are the Browns. The hardcore fans show up even though they've been dominated for over 2 decades. They still protect Daddy Phil. It's precious. I think that's a pretty good analogy. Yeah, I mean, obviously with the NFL, there's like 32 teams, a little bit different, but I agree with that sentiment. Yes, the Xbox unfortunately are pretty much like the Browns, and you just got to wonder if they're ever going to get it together. I don't know that anybody expects it, you know? Ooh. Oh, that is some strong tea. Oh, that'll wake you up. I have some tea today, and I brewed it very, very strong. It's a very concentrated tea that I made there. Okay. Yeah, so Stacy, I agree with you. Thank you for the super chat. And yeah, Paul, I don't know if this was another gift. Yeah, Paul, you gifted another membership. So shout out to you, Paul Ganell. Thank you. You're saying no rant juice. Actually, no. I got it right here. Rant juice. Go buy a rant juice mug. It's not actually rant juice. It is technically rant juice, though. It's not coffee, but this is tea that specifically, it's supposed to help your throat and your voice. And it's so I can continue to rant without being, you know, constrained by my voice going or becoming hoarse. So, PSP Reviewer 100, you're saying, have you heard that Sony filed a trademark for a new Days Gone game? Really? When did this come out? Are you sure about that? I feel like I would have seen that. Maybe I missed it. Oh, I see news right here that just popped up. The ability to share screenshots directly to Twitter from Xbox consoles has been disabled following API changes in a recent Twitter update. Well, I guess that's just one less feature that that Xbox is going to have. I'm not, to be honest, no, I must have missed it. I don't see anything about a new Days Gone trademark. Yeah, I mean, maybe I should look it up specifically, but I think with the upcoming PlayStation showcase, I see these like random fight videos pop up on my Twitter for some reason. Like, I'm not even looking for it, and it's just like people getting knocked out and stuff, and I'm like, I'm just trying to get some video game news. Dude, what? Twitter is an absolute dumpster fire, bro. It is a complete joke at this point. No, like, it's bad. And it's fine though. Like, I think Twitter's always been a dumpster fire. But I think the difference between Elon Musk owning Twitter versus the people who were previously in charge, I think the difference is the people who were previously in charge definitely didn't want to acknowledge that Twitter was a dumpster fire. And I feel like Elon is just basically like, it's clearly a joke to him because it's what it is. Twitter's a joke. It's bad, bro. It's bad over here. But yeah, when it comes to new trademark for a Days Gone game, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I do know that Ben Studio's working on a new IP. I do think we're going to see that new IP revealed at this upcoming showcase. And I think that'll be exciting. And yeah, that's the thing. As Jay Shako points out, I think the trademark is probably for the movie that's coming up first. But I do think that in the long run, we could see more happen with the Days Gone IP. Could be wrong about that. Let's see. McShawn Williams. Thank you for the 10, man. You're saying, MBG, I'm not trying to have doubts about Sony at all, bro. It's really just how I feel. I want to believe it's in May, but my gut is telling me July, possibly, or August, or they may have a state of play. I mean, I hear you, man. I gotta admit, the one thing that does give me pause with this PlayStation Showcase rumor in late May is the thing about Sony doing a showcase at that time. It is unlike Sony, okay? It is unlike Sony to go before everybody else. It's usually the other way around. Sony lets everybody else go, and Sony wants to close out the show by basically saving the best for last. There's no doubt that regardless of when Sony does have a showcase, whether it's late May, sometime in June, or after, the expectations are going to be sky high. I'm sure Sony is aware of that. I know Sony doesn't really acknowledge it, but they definitely are aware that the fan base has been screaming at them for a show. Yes, they know about it. So they're aware of what the expectations are. My guess, and I know you're not trying to like have doubts for Sony. I'm pretty sure, based off of what you're telling me, it sounds like you, like most people, believe that it's not a matter of if Sony's going to have a good enough show, because we know that they're going to have a good enough show. Like, we have confidence in their ability to deliver an exciting show. It's a matter of like, when is it going to be? That's the part that we have doubts about, and that's understandable because we are seeing kind of an unprecedented amount of time go by with Sony not talking about first party. It's very strange. This is not normal for Sony. Sony being more silent for extended periods of time, or a little bit more quiet, that is normal, but Sony going this long without talking about their first party or showing new first party games is definitely abnormal. And it's also abnormal that they're deciding, apparently, if the rumor's true, that they want to go first. Sony wants to come out before Xbox's show, before Starfield shows, before Summer Game Fest, right? And this is fascinating to me because we have to think, what is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? I'm curious to see what you guys say. I see somebody in the chat, damn, you shaved. It's throwing me off. Man's a looker without the hair. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Very kind compliment. Dude, I'm going to have a struggle getting through this tea. Oh my God. It is so strong. It's like concerning. Sony preparing them bombs carefully. Oh, dude, this is brutal. It's going to be this is going to be an event for the stream itself. Can MBG finish his tea? Because, dude, like a lot of it settles at the bottom, and like the further I get, it's like, oh, like I'm almost wondering, like, did the tea bag like rip or something? It's a weird thing to say, but like, oh, put some milk or cream in it. I mean, yeah, I probably should, but at this point, I'm just like, hey, let's just see if I can do it. Let's see if I can make it happen. Dude, if I can finish this tea, that'll be crazy. Because I can see all the stuff at the bottom. And I'm like, oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. And so I guess I just want to say here real quick. Tea bag rip, yeah. So it's just weird because it's a gaming podcast and talking about tea bags being ripped. It's like, how do you, MBG, how do you, like, you know how we're going to take that. Nobody's actually thinking of a tea bag. You're saying you look better and neat with a beard and mustache. Well, hey, like I said, I appreciate all the compliments of people saying I look good without the beard as well. But yeah, no, the beard's going to come back. Honestly, I think I look best with a beard that doesn't grow too much, like that doesn't get too big. You know, pretty close to the face beard, maybe grow it out this way a little bit. Man, I feel like, you know, half the timestamps that Devil Shooter's going to do, shout out to Devil Shooter for doing timestamps. There's going to be so many just random topics inserted, like MBG talking about his beard and his face. But the reason why, so here's my line of thinking. And again, maybe I'm being overly optimistic. Maybe I'm being overly optimistic here. Maybe I'm huffing that hopium, but I have to imagine if Sony is making the decision that we're going to come out first, we're not going after Xbox. We're not going after anybody. We're coming out first. That sends a signal to me that anybody who's going after Sony should be sweating. They should be sweating and they should be nervous, because I think, like I said, man, I just can't help but think that when Sony does their show, it's been so long, the expectations are sky high. They're going to have to do one of the best shows that they've ever done. And if they do that, I feel sorry for anybody who has to follow that up. You know? And that could be the point. That could be the point, is Sony wants to basically make it known that Xbox can buy Activision Blizzard, buy Starfield and show it off, and that's fine. They're within their right to do that. I feel like Jeff Keighley's going to be the collateral damage. I feel like Summer Game Fest is going to be the collateral damage here. And that's funny to think, because we got Sony apparently set to go at the end of May. We got Summer Game Fest happening on June 8th, and I think it's a couple days after Summer Game Fest is when it's Xbox's turn to go. So Jeff Keighley being caught in between that with Summer Game Fest, I don't know, man. I feel like that's some collateral damage right there. But I'm so excited. Guys, let me tell you right now. One of the things that does genuinely get me very excited about this year is that apparently we're finally going to see Sony and Microsoft go toe-to-toe again during June. They didn't last year. Last year, Sony was like, we're just going to do a state of play. It was a good state of play, but it wasn't a showcase. And even Microsoft kind of held back, where they're like, we're just going to show you the next 12 months. I'm excited to see that we're going to see the Titans battle again. And man, I'm going to be so curious to see just how good or not good Sony's showcase is. But something tells me that if Sony's going first, if Sony's the first one out of the gate saying, we got a showcase and we got to talk because we got to show you some stuff. If this showcase is like an hour and a half, I'm sorry, bro. It's over. It's over before it even started. Could be wrong. Could be wrong, but I'm confident. So thank you for that, McShawn. Kira here seeing MBG. Dude, Days Gone is the biggest IP. Dude, it is a big IP. Days Gone sold like, what, over 10 million copies and somehow didn't get a sequel? That's wild. But I gotta say, I'm telling you, I'm very excited about Ben Studio's new game. I have a lot of faith in them. I mean, if they can do that good of a job with Days Gone, that's their first time making a AAA open world game. Imagine what they can do now. Regardless, even though it's not going to be Days Gone 2, imagine what they're going to do. Surely it's going to be something great. So Narcan Blitzer, you're saying, MBG, are these weekday live streams on a recurring schedule apart from PXP podcast? You post an upcoming stream, heads up post on the community tab, maybe these live streams, blue box related or random topics. I'm going to answer that in one moment. I want to make sure I don't miss these shout outs. A big shout out to XLee3000 coming in here, dropping 5 new members gifted. 5 MBG memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to XLee3000. Guys, it's up to you. We're almost an hour and a half into this podcast. If this is where you want to get the train rolling, because I will say, like, we've had these streams where it's just a membership gift train. Just, it starts and you guys just don't stop, which is awesome. If you want to let XLee3000 be the one to start it, by all means, continue it. Continue following up. And so big shout out to Devil's Due. Broccoli Rob, actually, sorry, Broccoli Rob, you're already a member. It was, you just inserted there with a Days Gone 3. Sammy the Smooth. There we go. Waved Max. We did it. Waved Max was gifted a membership. Z1 and At Your Service. All gifted memberships. Thanks to XLee3000. Thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that. If anybody else is feeling generous and you want to keep it going, consider doing so. Consider gifting some memberships. I'm going to add that to the counter here. But Zanarkan Blitzer, to answer your question, man, are my weekday live streams that are not Press X Podcast on Sunday, are they going to be scheduled? Well, to be honest, they're not. And I know that that's not the best thing, but I think it, like, for my community and for the viewer, I do think it's the best thing, because the reason why I don't want to do a specific schedule is because I don't operate at my best under a schedule. I just don't in that way. Like, I'm going to be more focused on making sure I can adhere to that schedule than I will be the actual streams, the energy I bring to that streams, or even the topics. So the way you're going to get these streams, you're saying, like, maybe I can post on the community tab. What I will try to do, here's what I'll tell you. Okay, here's the best thing I can tell you. And before I do that, shout out to CD Gaming, also gifting a membership to Will Killed Snake 07. I think I'm saying your name correctly. So shout out to you, CD Gaming. Thank you so much for keeping this train going. That is 6 new members gifted within a matter of just minutes. So thank you guys so much. Again, if you want to keep it going, keep it going. Love to see it. But the best thing I could say, and the thing that you can count on, here it is. Anytime, if there is a piece of news that drops, right? Like, and it's big. And by big, I mean it's actually just big, like this is big news, or it's big as in it's creating a lot of conversation within the Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, just the general gaming landscape, right? You can, like, pay attention to the channel. Okay? Like, pay attention to the channel, because it's very likely I'm going to be going live. All right? And that's the best way you could basically prepare for a off-the-cuff live stream. If you're, like, scrolling through Twitter, if you're on Twitter, or even if you're not, if you're just, like, anywhere else you get your gaming news and you just see that something significant came out, MBG, how many gifts to take off the cap? If we get to 1,000 members, I'll take it off, man. That may be an unrealistic goal right now, and that's the point. I don't want to. So I don't think anybody's going to be coming in here dropping hundreds of gifts. But one day we'll get there. One day we'll. You're saying what's the number now? I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I know it's like a couple hundred at this point. We have like a couple hundred, but we're definitely a little ways away from 1,000. So 1,000 likes, would you take it off? No, dude, that's the thing. It has to be bigger than that. I can't just take off the hat at something so small. I'm not trying to make it a bigger deal than it really is, but it's like, that's the whole thing, man. It's the head reveal. I'm looking like Mr. Clean right now too. So this would be the worst time to take it off. What does Mrs. MBG think of the clean look? She, as I said earlier, she definitely prefers a beard. She likes the beard. 100,000 subs? Yeah, maybe we could do that. One Punch Gamer. All right, where was I here? So just to give you an example, like, look, this upcoming week, for example, we have, again, on the 26th, we're going to get the final verdict on the CMA. There's a decent chance I will be streaming that day if there's something going on that, if the only thing that comes out that day is just, it's like, yeah, it's going through, then probably not. But I have a feeling that there's going to be more to it than that. You're saying April 28th is Sony's end of the year financial presentation? Yeah, probably. Maybe it's hard to say, man. That's why I'm saying it's one of these things where it's like, when I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. And a lot of times when I'm feeling it, I know my audience is feeling it too, and it just happens, And I like that. That's what those streams are the best, because you don't know. Even I don't know. I'm like in the same boat as you guys. Like, I don't know when it's going to happen. But it's always cool when it does, because it usually results in something pretty cool. But my goal, I will say, like, I'm not going to try to force anything, but my goal and my hope is that I will be doing multiple streams throughout the week. Not necessarily like 4 or 5, but multiple. So thank you for that, Zanarkan. We got Loper42. You're saying PlayStation showcases are awesome, but not really necessary. Reveals a few months before release is good until they actually stop delivering. I'm good. That's an interesting mindset to have. I do think that there are people with that mindset, certainly, where it is like, look, you don't need to have a blowout and a showcase where you show me 5 to 8 new games, like first party games or anything like that, especially stuff that's years away. There are people who would prefer that Sony just comes out. It's like, hey, we're doing, I don't even know if it would need a state of play, but we're announcing this new game and it's coming out very soon. I'll be honest, I don't think that would serve Sony nearly as well as doing a showcase. I'll be honest with you. I think the showcases for Sony, frankly, are necessary, for the simple fact that the amount of attention it gets, like just the amount of the sheer attention it gets, the amount of eyes it gets on it, it's like too big not to do it. That's why I was shocked that Sony did go a whole year without doing one, and that's why I'm convinced that the next time they do one, people are going to be like they're going to be like a lot more people are going to show up, and people are very much going to be expecting something massive. And we have Waved Max, a newly gifted member, deciding he wants to pay it forward and gift a membership to, let's see, Crunchy Blend. So Waved Max was just gifted a membership, and he said, you know what? I want to gift somebody else. So he ended up gifting Crunchy Blend. So welcome aboard, Crunchy Blend, and shout out to you, Waved Max, for keeping it going. Getting ever closer to hitting the membership goal for this episode of the podcast. We are now at 11 which is awesome to see. Thank you guys so much. Seriously. Very, very nice of you guys. Very nice. So yeah, to get back to that super chat, I don't think there's anything wrong with having that mindset, right? Having that mindset of, listen, I don't care if Sony doesn't have a showcase. I care about them delivering games on a timely manner. And they have absolutely been doing that. And you basically have the mindset where however Sony decides they want to reveal those games, I'm cool with. If they want to keep it pretty low key and they don't want to make a big fuss over it, as long as they deliver, they deliver. And I 100% agree. I 100% agree. But Lopper42, even I think you could agree that even though you say they might not be necessary, oh, you do agree. As you say at the beginning of your super chat, you're saying the showcases are awesome. I agree. I think there's something to be said for that, right? Just always something to be said about that excitement. So, you're saying, what about after the showcase? Another 2-year wait? There's no chance, dude. I'm sorry. Like, even after the next showcase we get, I'm not going to be sitting back saying, well, I guess it'll be another 1.5 2 years till we get one. No way. I don't believe that for a second. I think that there's a myriad of reasons why we went so long without a showcase. I think the pandemic did ultimately have an effect on PlayStation Studios' development pipeline, and I think 2022 is likely when they felt it. I think it's due to the fact that Sony has acquired many different studios as they're in the early phase of, they either partnered or acquired studios in the early phase of their, of their development cycle. But most importantly, I think that between the console shortage and Microsoft acquiring ABK, I honestly think the Microsoft acquisition is the biggest reason. I just get this, I have this feeling, it's this intuitive gut feeling. I think that is the biggest reason why they ended up going so long. I mean, I know that we heard the rumor, and maybe it's true that, their studios just weren't ready. I don't know about that, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you're going to tell me that at no point in 2022, Sony couldn't have revealed a couple of first party. No, they could have. But it also comes down to how, like, what exactly what does Sony deem important to show at their showcase? Do they want to make sure they can show gameplay trailers? Do they want to make sure that they can give some release dates? Do they want to make sure that they don't put on a show where it's just, here's a bunch of CG trailers and we'll get back to you? And a huge shout out once again to CD Gaming, gifting another 5 memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's see who was gifted. Stu Blazinski, Scott Dove, Mr. Radford 96, Dragmir Lustin, Carl FQ. I don't know if I'm saying your last name correctly, but welcome aboard. 5 new members just like that, courtesy of CD Gaming. CD Gaming paying it forward once again. Huge shout out, man. Huge shout out to everybody who's gifting memberships. I really appreciate it. Really love to see the channel memberships grow. I gotta say, it's been a great feeling. I'm hoping to, one of the things that I want to do for my channel members, because here's the thing. Everybody who gets gifted a channel membership, I probably should start saying this every stream as well, because more and more people are getting gifted channel memberships. Basically, the way it works is you get an entire month of being a member and having access to all my membership perks for free. YouTube does not do that thing where they just automatically, they do not make it so that you have to like worry about, now they're just going to automatically take the money out of my account. It's not like a subscription service or anything like that, which would be super ironic given I'm always busting on Game Pass. It doesn't work like that. Like when you opt in, and I want to encourage people to do that as well, click the membership gift icon at the top of the chat or in the chat. It'll ask you if you want to be able to be gifted a membership. So make sure you click that so you can be given a membership gift, but it's not going to be a reoccurring payment. The idea is you get to experience what it's like to be a member for a month. And if you enjoy it, and if you just, want to keep supporting me, then you have the option to continue your membership going forward. And obviously the idea is I want to give my all my members a reason to continue to support me through membership. So my hope is that in the coming week or so, I want to implement a loose schedule, but a schedule nonetheless of being able to do some live membership streams. I don't know why I said live. Like, obviously, if I'm streaming, I'm live, but I want to do some members only streams where we can just talk about some different things, talk about some topics, but it'll just be members only. And yeah, I feel like that would be a good perk for everybody who is a member, and also a good way to encourage you to consider re-upping your membership to continue to support me on that monthly basis. So members only sounds steamy. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what you might get? Oh, but thank you so much. Thank you so much for the membership gifts, guys. I really, really do sincerely appreciate it. Let me see here. I'm also learning too, because I have seen some people asking, like, they want to gift memberships, but they can't for some reason. Based off of my understanding, it seems that you can only gift memberships through desktop and through Android devices. Apparently on Apple devices, I don't think you can. You guys can confirm that for me. I'm sure somebody here is listening to this on an iPhone, and you can let me know. The biggest is saying 800 people watching. Hit that like button. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that as well, because I have seen some people saying that they would like to gift memberships, but for some reason the option isn't showing up. That might be why. And you also do have to be a member to gift memberships. You're saying you can't even join on Apple. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. That's pretty weird to me. That's unfortunate. So yeah, if you're somebody who's like frequently here in the streams, in the chat, and you never see these options popping up for you, it might be because if you're always watching it through like your iPhone or something, that could be why. So yeah, big shout out to you guys. I don't mean to keep going on and on about it, but I really do appreciate it. And the memberships are very, very important, vital to me going forward. And the community. Josh, you're saying, I think the Gran Turismo 7... No, sorry, let me try that again. I think this Gran Turismo movie is going to be great. Actually, I think so too. I don't know if you guys have seen the trailer for the Gran Turismo movie, but it actually looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I'm going to go check it out. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do like a members only, like Gran Turismo live, not live reaction. Like, I'm not going to pull my phone out or anything, like if I'm at the theater, but like an out of theater review. Dude, one of my buddies, Brown Sugar, shout out to those of you who know who Brown Sugar is. He was suggesting something I should do for my members, and I have to think about this because I don't know, man. I'm not that creative. He was like, you should do like little like really short, like 10, 15 second funny skits, just for your members, just like on anything that is like funny, like gaming related. And I was like, that's a pretty good idea. Like maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do that. But I don't want to make any promises. I think we're at, what, are we at 16 or 17 members now? We're at 17. That's awesome. We're very close to crushing that goal. So let me add that up here. So 17 out of 25. You guys are awesome. All right, let me see here. Josh Z, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying, so I went down a YouTube rabbit hole. Pokemon and Mario are bigger than Disney in terms of the value of IP revenue, nearly 180 billion combined. Nintendo truly does have the most recognizable IP. That is insane. That's crazy. I mean, that's the thing. That's my ignorance when it comes to Nintendo, where it's like I have this understanding that I think most people do, that Nintendo's huge and their IP is huge and very well known. But I would have never guessed it was that well known and that significant. So crazy to think, man. Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe I am overestimating maybe I am overestimating, like an IP like Grand Theft Auto and GTA 6. I mean, compared to like Mario and Pokemon. So I wonder if Sony will ever be able to get some of their IP up to that level. I wonder if they'll be able to do that. I feel like that's what Sony wants to do with some of their IP. I mean, who wouldn't, right? Who wouldn't? So thank you for the insight, Josh. Definitely helpful. And Josh Shrank. I don't know if I did. I never say your last name because I never know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Like, I'm assuming I am. But you're saying, not sure if you have seen my showcase comment under your member post, but I think almost every first-party studio could show something besides maybe Haven, Polyphony, and Santa Monica. Maybe 2 showcases this year. That's what I'm thinking. Yes. That is exactly what I'm thinking, Josh. Me and you are on the same wavelength here. I'm really thinking that the reason why Sony is so willing to do an early showcase, like, and come out first towards the end of May or even the very beginning of June, is because they know that they'll be ready to go again in, say, September for a second showcase. Some people, they might doubt that, but Sony has been known to do like 2 showcases at a time. It has happened. And here we go. Chris B, keeping the train going in a big way, gifting 10 new memberships. Massive shout out to Chris B. Chris, I gotta say, man, you've been putting in some work here on the channel. Chris has been out here doling out membership gifts, giving it out like it's candy. Very much appreciate that, Chris. Let's give a shout out to Brown Bomber, Tranquil D Beats, Dewall Vanderkolf, Rodrigo Garcia, DF, Dark Mickey, and before I lost it for a second, let me keep it going. Paul Smith, Ronnie Shelton, David Cortez, and yeah, I think that's it. 10 new members just like that in one fell swoop. Thanks to Chris B, keeping this train alive. Let's see. Let's add those 10. Did we crush the goal? Let's see. Where are we at total-wise? We crushed it. We're at 27. Just like that. Chris B swoops in and says, we're crushing this goal today. Thank you so much, man. I mean, look, I had my membership set to... I originally was going to have it set to 10. And the only reason I decided to go beyond 10 was because you guys absolutely annihilated 10 memberships like it was nothing. So I thought, okay, I'll just put it at 25 again. And you're out here still crushing it again. You're crushing it again. You're like, you know what? Let's do it again. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Huge shout out. Chris B, crushing the membership goal today. Thank you so much. And obviously, wasn't just Chris B. Everyone else who contributed. Everyone else to help get us there. Paul Ganell, Exley 3000, CD Gaming. Trying to make sure I give everybody a shout out. OK Kapapa. Irate Volcano 71. Thank you guys so much. All helping us get to the goal today and crushing it. So very much appreciate that, man. And welcome to all of the new members. So again, I will leave it in your hands, guys. Anybody who's watching, we have almost 800 people still watching, so which is awesome. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for listening to my insanity and being here with Clean Shaven MBG. If you want to keep the train going, if you're feeling inspired by Chris B and everybody else who's been gifting memberships, by all means, if it's something you want to do, don't hesitate. We'll keep this train going. The Press X Podcast membership train, all aboard. As I drink this, I keep forgetting this is tea. And I definitely keep forgetting that it's really, really strong tea. And I keep going to it like it's just my coffee or something. And oh man, it's... Yo, if we get to 50 memberships, I'll chug this right now. I'll chug this whole thing. You know what? I don't know, man. Now I'm getting nervous. As soon as I say that, Zanarkand Blitzer gives 5 memberships. Maybe we don't get to 50. It's okay if we don't get to 50 today, guys. We don't have to get to 50. We're totally good where we are. Because I don't know that I want to chug that. That's rough. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't want to spill it. I don't think I could show you. There is a lot of stuff here at the bottom of this. But Zanarkand Blitz are keeping the train going with 5 new members. Handing out 5 membership gifts. Let's see who else is joining. Neverwild, Drive By Joe. I hate it when it shoots it down like that, and I miss the names. Yeah, so Neverwild, Drive By Joe. We got Dite, Nandish Munjal. Again, I apologize if I butcher anybody's name. And Kadiri Zaid. I struggle with this, guys. I struggle with this. And you guys are gonna make me chug this, aren't you? You guys are gonna make me chug this because we are at 43 members. Dude, I didn't even see it pop up on my chat, and I'm just seeing. I look over. I'm like, wait, how am I at 43 members? What did I miss here? What did I miss? I missed another 10 gifted by Exley 3000. No way, dude. No way. No, dude. I'm nervous now because I'm like, I'm gonna chug this. I'm gonna throw up. That's what's gonna happen. But thank you so much, Exley 3000, gifting another 10 memberships, and that's on top of Monkey Ken 8 becoming a member. So let me make sure I can get some of these shout outs. Again, whenever we get the membership train going, I don't know that I can keep up perfectly with all the new members, but we got Fishy Queefs, hell of a name. Nexus, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Sparrow Gamer GR, Grizzly Magnum 95, Rambling Entertained. And it keeps going on here. We got LF getting a gift. We got Jared Jess getting gifted. Edward B getting gifted. All these new members. There again, it's everybody's getting a member. And then now we're at 44. We got PSP Reviewer 100 also gifting a membership. I'm getting nervous now. I'm beginning to sweat. Maybe I should have set it to like 75 or something because I'm going to have to chug this. It's so nasty. Dude, I'm telling you, I think the teabag ripped. Dude, Fishy... I can't believe you're going to make me say that name, but Fishy Queef's coming in with... God, that name, though. Coming in with 5 members. We are at 49. That's it. We're good. Guys, we're good. We don't need any more memberships. We have 49 members total at this point. Thanks to Fishy Queefs. I feel hard. And there we go. Domingo 813's like, sorry, MBG, you're going to have to do it. It's going to have to happen. Give me just a moment here. Give me just a moment. Let me add this up. I think we are at straight up 50 members now. I apologize that the notifications are going off like crazy, but that was a lot at one time. And I would read the names of all the individuals who were just gifted, but now I'm sitting here contemplating my decisions, possibly regretting my decisions. But no, in all seriousness, thank you guys so much for becoming channel members and gifting memberships. Okay, all right, here we go. So there's about like this much left, so it's not a lot, but this is the stuff. It's super concentrated, bro. I'm nervous. All right, hold on. My hands are sweaty. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak. Mom's spaghetti. I don't know. I actually did have pasta for lunch too, which is funny. So, all right, here we go. All right, here we go. Oh my God. Oh, why would I do this? That's a lot, bro. That's a lot. Oh, I did it. God damn you guys. I'll get to the super chats, I promise. That is strong. No. I'm good. I am good. That's a lot, though, dude. Oh, man. Dude, my boss is sitting next to me looking at me like, what is going on? What is happening? Give me a second. Oh. Dude, I think I'm telling you, the tea bag ripped, bro. And I just drank like straight up herbs or something. Like I could feel pieces of it. Damn. All right. Well, I hope you guys are satisfied. I got my water here. I got to take a drink, dude. Hold on. Hit that like button if you just love to see MBG torture himself. Oh, man. Dude, that was tough. You know, it's okay. It's passing now. It's passing now. My throat feels great, though. That's the best part about it, though. That's the tea itself. The tea itself is it's a tea for your throat, and it's supposed to help. And I mean, look, if the tea's gonna make me throw up, I'm dying of success. Yeah, dude, I think I pushed it too far. Now dude, you know what I'm nervous about now? I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom is what's gonna happen. You guys are gonna straight make me have diarrhea midstream. That's what's gonna happen. I'm telling you, that's the next thing. That's the next thing that's gonna happen. And if that happens, I better come back and see 100 memberships, because that's not cool. Although I did this to myself. But okay, so we did it. Apparently this is what I gotta do to get memberships. That was like the fastest I've ever seen that counter shoot up from like 25 members to 50. I say, hey guys, I'm gonna drink this really nasty drink. Maybe, yeah, I gotta really start to get more creative now. I see these channels, and I don't know the specific names, but there's that one channel me and my wife have been watching a lot lately. They're called Good Mythical Morning. We recently came across those guys, Rhett and Link. I'm sure many of you, or at least some of you, know who they are. Dry scoop creatine. Yeah, I'm not trying to die on stream, bro. We're going to get back to gaming. I'm going to get back to these super chats. But I've been watching them lately, and I came across a couple of... Hold on. I'm sorry. This might happen a couple times. Hold on. What'd you guys do to me? All right. I'm sorry. Dude, that's coming up. That is fighting me. That is fighting me. It's all good. It's all good. What was I just saying? Oh, yeah. So I came across this, that channel, Good Mythical Morning, and I noticed that there were a couple of things they did where it was about... Dude, there's no way. I can't actually throw up. I don't throw up either. That's a thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I didn't think it would be this bad. I'll be honest. All right. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. It was worth it. I've seen these episodes where they are eating foods that are like super old, from like the 70s, the 60s, the 80s and stuff. And some of it looks very dangerous. Like, I don't know that, and there's another channel I used to watch. I don't watch it much anymore. I forget his name, like LA Beast or something. I think his name was LA Beast. Yeah, like canned stuff, preserved stuff. And he'll eat stuff that's just like decades old and put it. I mean, you want to see somebody put themselves through torture. What just happened to me is literally nothing compared to what some of these people go through, or put themselves through. And I'm not going to get to that level. But wow, that was kind of fun though. Take a spoon of cinnamon for each new member. Yeah, dude. Again, I'm not trying to die. Some of that stuff is crazy, like the cinnamon challenge, where I'm just going to dry scoop a whole thing of cinnamon. Like, no way, dude. I feel like people are... Yeah, don't become jackass, MBG. No, I'm not going... Yeah, dude, the next Press X podcast episode, I'm going to have like a can of like soup or something, or beans from like 1983, and I'll be like, if we hit 100 members, I'll eat these beans. Could you imagine that? Eat a cactus. All right. Well, you know what? That was just an off the cuff thing. I'm not going to sit here and say that we'll be doing stuff like this every week, because I think it's a bit unnecessary, a bit extreme. But that's today. That's what we did today. It happened naturally, organically. I had tea in front of me that I made way too strong. Clearly something ripped open, and you know, I basically was just like, let me just consume these herbs straight up in my hot water. So with that being said, I want to thank you guys for getting us to 50. We are now at 51 members, which is awesome to see. So put myself through a little bit of torture there. Gotta say, my throat's feeling pretty good though. I had to burp a little bit. You know, stomach was a little bit queasy there, but I gotta say, my throat's feeling good. It's feeling well equipped to continue ranting. So, all right. Inspector Guru says, man, I'm dying over here. Seeing MBG struggle to keep his tea down. All right, let's see. I got some super chats I got to get to. Huge shout out to everybody who donated memberships. I mean, seriously, you guys are crushing it. If you want to keep it going, yeah, ayahuasca challenge, yeah, no way. Hell no. You want to see MBG go to get teleported to another dimension in real time? Yeah, okay. Never going to happen. But if you want to keep the train going, if you want to continue to gift memberships, just to help grow it, just to keep it going, by all means, feel free to do so. I'm going to get to these super chats. I appreciate you guys waiting patiently. Let me see. So, and ironically enough, Fishy Queefs, the super chat you put out here, $10 super chat, thank you. You're saying, we used to see GTA 5 all the time at Stated Plays to the point where we would all complain about it. Maybe because Sony has a deal with them to release the first GTA 6 trailer at the big show. That's exactly what I'm thinking, man. That's exactly what I'm thinking. You're saying see somebody saying 3,000 members, one chip challenge. Let's go. Oh, I don't know about that, dude. To be honest, I feel like there are some people that would drink this tea and it's nothing to them. It's just like, oh, this is fine. I don't usually do stuff like that. So I think if I were to try like a challenge like that, like a one chip challenge, I think I would die. Like straight up, I think I would die on stream. Or you would just see the stream like end and I would get back to you guys a couple days later and be like, yeah, I had to go to the hospital. It was bad. I very much could. The one chip challenge, it's basically like this. It's a single chip, but it's basically, it's so unbelievably hot. It's basically dangerous, is what it is. Like it's gonna fuck you up. And I've seen some people do it. Yeah, it doesn't look fun. You're saying you've chugged worse, Jay? I believe it. Fishy Queefs, I think you're completely right. I think that one of the main reasons why Sony decided to maintain their partnership with Rockstar, with Take-Two Interactive, is because they do want to have GTA 6 appear at their show. I think Take-Two Interactive would like that, and I think Sony would absolutely like that as well. So I have no doubt that there's a pretty good reason why we've continued to hear about GTA 5 at pretty much every show that Sony has held. And it's because, yeah, they want people to know that Grand Theft Auto, PlayStation, this is what Sony pays for. And I think Take-Two does care about it as well. So I think you're right. Fishy Q is what I'm going to call you at this point because I want to keep saying that name. Mark Loven, thank you, man. You're saying, I remember this hype and movement GTA 3 had when it came out. I remember my mom picking that up for me. Good times. Now I'm 35. Not so good. Well, I mean, look, man, I think 35 is still relatively young. Like, I mean, it's not obviously that young. You're not like, 15 or 20 anymore or anything like that. But 35, I don't know, man. I don't look at that as super old. Is it? I mean, I don't know how you guys view it, but I don't view 35 as super old. I don't even view 35 as old. But Mark, yeah, I'll be honest, like that, I was a bit too young. When GTA 3 came out, I didn't even know about it, to be honest. The way I learned about GTA 3 and Grand Theft Auto in general was by my cousin. I would go over his house or his apartment, and he had a PlayStation 2 before I did, and he was playing GTA 3. And he showed it to me, and I was pretty mind blown. Like, I couldn't fully appreciate what I was witnessing with GTA 3 on a technological level. Like, I couldn't actually appreciate, like, holy crap, this is like mind blowing. But I knew, like, I knew something about it was like, this is different from anything I played. I probably shouldn't be playing it. I was definitely way too young to be playing it, but I remember it was just like, I thought it was wild, like what I could do in that game. And I kind of couldn't believe it. And yeah, that's how I got introduced to GTA 3. So you're a little bit older than me. And so, I mean, you probably have I guess, yeah, you clearly have a better memory of it and the hype surrounding it. But when I think about like how big GTA 3 was when it launched, everything I think about, like in terms of understanding like how game changing it was for the industry, is based off of like documentaries I've watched and people talking about it. So yeah, it's interesting to think, man. The thing that I didn't realize as well when I was younger, and like looking back on it, was like, wow, that was kind of wild, is the fact that GTA 3, GTA Vice City, and GTA San Andreas all came out so close to one another. That was crazy to me, right? Like you would never see something like that today. You would never see something like that today. So thank you for that, Mark. McShawn Williams, you're saying, MBG, do you think Xbox can turn it around this gen? I really hope Microsoft can deliver with this next showcase, because if not, it won't be good for them. I do think they can turn it around this generation. It's still early enough for them to do it, but I do believe... Well, let me put it this way. So this question about Xbox being able to turn it around, I think there are two ways they could turn it around. And I think one way is a guarantee. The way that I'm talking about being a guarantee, the day that it might not be until like 2025 or 6 or something like that, a little bit later in this generation, probably closer to the next generation. But at some point, Microsoft is going to be able to start marketing Call of Duty alongside Game Pass and alongside the Xbox brand. Then they win. Or they don't win, but they turn it around. Like, that's all they need. Everything else is just icing on the cake for them at that point. You know, every other Activision game, every Bethesda game, that's icing on the cake for them. And that's how they turn it around. And I think, you know, after the long discussions we've had about Xbox's problem, it makes sense that this is their way out. This is their way to turn around. Now, the other way they could turn it around is if they basically begin to fire on all cylinders, kind of like Sony has been, where Starfield comes out, it's a huge mega hit, and then Forza comes out and it's a big, you know, obviously it does really well for them, and then eventually, maybe Hellblade 2 comes out after that, and that's another big hit, and then maybe we see State of Decay and it looks amazing and people are hyped for it, and then we see Fable and Fable comes out and that game's huge. You know what I mean? Like, that's another way Microsoft could do it, but I don't think Microsoft is planning on... I don't think Microsoft has that much faith in that being the way they turn it around. They still could. But to me, Microsoft's faith in turning things around this generation and really getting to a better spot lies in whether or not they get Activision Blizzard. And even then, we might not see it save this generation. I think there's a pretty decent chance that Microsoft may have... I don't want to say that they forfeited this generation, but I just think there's a decent chance that they may have decided that if this generation doesn't go that well for them, it's okay, because starting next generation, we have Bethesda and we have Activision Blizzard and Call of Duty along with that, and we can get off to the best possible start that we ever have, right? Like, I think that that's maybe their view on it. But yeah. I don't think it's impossible for them to turn it around. Not at all. But I also want to add to that, there's every chance that they could screw it up. And that's, I think, where people who are hoping that Microsoft can turn it around this generation, that's where I think you got to be a little bit worried, because Microsoft has, I mean, even right now, like, you look at all the positive momentum that Xbox has gained the past couple of years, and somehow in the past couple of weeks, it feels like they practically destroyed it. You know, like I've seen more, and it's not, I mean, I know I'm vocal about it. about Xbox. But even people that I normally don't see being very vocal about Xbox, I start seeing them come out and having not so great things to say. And it's like suddenly you're beginning to see the impact of you can only continue to market the best value and the best deal in gaming with Game Pass over and over again without actually delivering until people get fed up. Like somebody said to me in a comment recently, they said, you know, anybody who cares about Xbox and decided to support Game Pass, if they stayed subscribed to Game Pass, basically since the beginning of 2022 up until now, they've paid over $120 for no first party games to release. Like, you know, no AAA first party games. They've paid, you know, basically the price of 2 AAA exclusive games, and they got 0. It's not to say that they didn't get anything, but that's, you know, to me, when I saw that, I was like, that's kind of true. And that's kind of messed up. And yeah, that's where I think they need to really turn things around with their release schedule and their quality. McShawn Williams. Oh, sorry, buddy. I did. That's the one I just read. We got Himanshu Yadav saying, since Sony fans and media have made Microsoft the bad guy, I say they go full evil and just turn heel, throw that money around for fun, be an a-hole, stop being nice. Well, I'll tell you right now, they absolutely want to do that. That's the thing, Himanshu Yadav, is that is where Microsoft is right now. But the problem for them, not for us, I don't think. That's kind of the whole argument, if you think about it. Like, why is there so much controversy surrounding this Activision Blizzard deal? Like, why is everybody fighting, and everybody is like, there's so many people on one side saying it should be allowed to go through, it's fine, capitalism might even improve the industry, and then there are other people fighting it tooth and nail, saying this is the worst thing that can happen. They absolutely shouldn't be allowed to, you know, just buy this publisher. It shouldn't be allowed to go through. This is going to ruin the industry. And that's why, dude, because the regulatory bodies are there to essentially stop that exact thing from happening, because it's too easy for that to happen without regulation, right? Like, if Microsoft wakes up one day, just like they did recently, and they say, you know what, we're done screwing around. We are going to spend our money, and we're gonna change things, and we're gonna find a way to win by spending our money. We're gonna start buying things, like you said. Basically, we're not gonna be nice anymore. We're done being the nice guy. If there was no regulation, it would be over right now. It would have ended, because Microsoft would have went for Bethesda. They would have went for Activision. They would be going for Ubisoft. They would be going for anybody and everybody. And if nobody was there to stop them, then it's over. And that's why, like, I know there are a lot of people that get annoyed at the fact that the regulatory bodies are giving Microsoft such a hard time. But you do need to kind of, if you care at all about the industry, not just about Microsoft or Sony, but just the entire industry, you do need to care to a degree about, like, they need to be able to do their job and ensure that if a corporation decides they're just going to be the evil corporation now and be the a-hole and stop being nice, you want to make sure that you have those that regulation there to stop that, because that's dude. So if Sony had the money to do it, if Sony could be a multi-trillion-dollar company with zero regulation, yes, they would monopolize instantaneously. Every company would do it. So yeah, that's why I want this deal to be finished, and I want it to go through, and I want to move beyond it. But I can't help but worry a little bit about the signal that is going to be sent throughout the entire industry, and even companies that are not necessarily directly involved in the industry yet. I worry about the signal that Microsoft getting Activision Blizzard sends them. And it's impossible to predict. It's impossible. Like, that's the thing. I could sit here and paint a doom and gloom picture. I could paint a positive picture. We don't know. We just don't know what's going to happen. What we do know right now is that an acquisition like this in the gaming industry, Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard King, it's unprecedented. These are unprecedented times. And I think that I've made the mistake, and I think a lot of other people make the mistake of downplaying just how big and significant this really is in terms of how it is potentially going to impact the industry going forward. And I think the reason why we downplay it is simple. It's because we're not directly involved. We may think we are, but we're not. Like, we don't get to make any decisions. We don't get to determine what happens. We just have to sit back and watch. And that's it. That's all that, that's the power we have, which is pretty much none. So, I have my own opinions. I have my own thoughts, but the reality is this is an unprecedented time in the video game industry with unprecedented moves being made. And we have no idea what they're going to lead to. We have no idea. Even Sony doesn't know. Even Microsoft doesn't know. Microsoft is the one making these moves, and even they don't know exactly what it's going to lead to. They have an intent. They have an idea of what they want it to lead to. But, yeah, crazy to think, man. So thank you for that, Himanshu. We got Mike Brown saying the top money games are going to be owned by Xbox. I mean, yeah. So at least a good portion of them, right? Microsoft already has Minecraft. No, you're right. This is where it is kind of crazy to think, isn't it? Like, Microsoft bought Minecraft because I just looked at that list. I just looked at the list of the top grossing games. Like, which games make the most money? On that list, on the top 10, Call of Duty, Elder Scrolls, Minecraft. And I think I don't know, Diablo wasn't on the games that made the most money, but Diablo was there for like the fastest selling games list in the first week. So 3 of the biggest video game franchises all underneath Microsoft. And people wonder why. I call them complete fools for actually trying to compare any of the purchases and acquisitions that Sony has made throughout their entire existence with PlayStation's entire existence. People wonder why I say you are foolish to think that anything Sony has ever done is anywhere close to what Microsoft has been doing and is continuing to do. I'm not saying it's bad or wrong. I'm just saying they are absolutely not the same. Not even close. So, people want to make it sound like the regulators are being way too hard on Microsoft, or the regulators are just, being unfair to Microsoft. No, they are not. The regulators are probably looking at that. The regulators are probably looking at, here's a list of the top 10 highest earning games in this industry. Microsoft is about to own 3 out of 10. Just Microsoft. That's crazy, dude. That is something that should give a lot of people pause. I'm not saying monopoly, nothing like that, but I'm saying, like, yes, the industry is consolidating for sure. I mean, I sat here and I said I don't know what the future holds, but if I had to, I mean, we are watching the industry consolidate. I guess what I'll say is that I highly, highly, highly doubt that industry consolidation is just going to suddenly stop after this Activision Blizzard deal goes through. And I'm telling you, man, like, I would love to know. I would love to know what's going on in the minds of the executives over there at Sony, because I just want to know, like, is a publisher acquisition on the table? Like, out of fear of necessity. Like, it's a necessity. It's necessary for them to buy a publisher. I don't know, man. Right now, we're in kind of like this limbo state. We're in this free falling state, and we don't know where things are going to land. Very interesting time. Let me keep this going, though. We got Titus Crow saying, do you think Summer Showcase will be heavy on the live service games Sony has been cooking? If they don't mix them with single player games, people will be disappointed, maybe, you're asking? That's a great question, and here's my take on this, because I have seen that. A lot of people, at least a fair amount of people, have a kind of fear that, man, it's difficult for me to get excited about the next PlayStation Showcase because I already know to expect many live service games. And some people are even fearful that the entire show might just be multiplayer live service games. Now, I can't give you a definitive answer, of course. I'm not Sony. I don't know what Sony's planning, but I will say this. Number one, absolutely there will be multiple live service games revealed at the PlayStation Showcase. Number two, you're going to see a lot of positivity around these games. You're going to see a lot of people walking away pleasantly surprised. Number three, there will be single player games, absolutely. And the reason why I feel confident in saying that is because Sony is not stupid. They know where their bread and butter lies. They know what the expectation is. Now, of course, there will be people who say, well, for every live service game, we should have seen a single player game instead. Wrong. The reason for this is because what Sony is doing with their live service games, with their studios and their investment, is completely separate from what they're doing with their single player games. That's the way it is right now. So, for example, when we see The Last of Us multiplayer game revealed, it's not that, oh, Naughty Dog could have been working on a single player game that entire time. Technically, on the most technical level, you are correct. They could have been working on The Last of Us Part 3. But The Last of Us Part 3 would have taken much, much, much longer to develop than this Last of Us multiplayer game. The reason being, well, take a look at how long The Last of Us Part 2 took. Take a look at how long Naughty Dog's single player games take to develop. There is an inherent difference between Naughty Dog saying, let's take something we've already built, this universe of The Last of Us, and take all of that and let's create a multiplayer space for it to exist. There's a difference between that and saying, okay, we just are coming off of The Last of Us Part 2. We're going to make The Last of Us Part 3, and we're going to get it out in the next 3 years. No, you're not. Impossible. That is simply in this industry today, it would be literally impossible for Naughty Dog to put out The Last of Us Part 3 in 3 years. So then you might be asking yourself, well, then does this mean that Naughty Dog took their resources, their development resources that could have gone in The Last of Us Part 3, and they decided to allocate that towards this multiplayer game, therefore making The Last of Us Part 3 take even longer? No. They've scaled up. They've hired more people. They've grown their teams. So if there is a team over there at Naughty Dog working on The Last of Us Part 3, they've already been working on it for quite some time, and they have nothing to do with this multiplayer game. I think this is just important to acknowledge because, yes, you're going to see live service games at Sony's upcoming showcase. It's not going to dominate the showcase. It's not going to just be live service games, but you're going to see single player games as well. You're going to see a mix. And I'm telling you, mark my words. Remember, I'm saying this. I really want people to remember I'm saying this, because this will be one of those things where I'm not trying to, do my victory lap too soon or anything, but people are going to be excited about these live service games. Not all of them, but they're like, when people see some of these games, I'm telling you, they're going to walk away being like, yo, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And, it's going to be fun, I think. So, let me see here. And I also want it to be known, because I think some people get a little bit nervous when I say that, like, oh, are you telling me that like live service games are going to start taking over single player? No. I'm just saying that, like, people are going to see, like, I don't know. I'll just use this as an example. I could see possibly Ghost of Tsushima 2 being revealed at this showcase, and the fucking PlayStation fan base is going to lose its mind because, oh my God, it's Ghost of Tsushima 2. It's so glorious. It's one of the most glorious games I've ever seen. And then after that, you're going to see The Last of Us multiplayer, and you're going to see a reaction that is just as intense. Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see the picture I'm painting? Like, this is what we're going to see out of PlayStation going forward. And then you're going to maybe see a Twisted Metal game. And yeah, it's going to be a live service game. It's going to be multiplayer. But oh my God, the PlayStation fan base is going to be losing their minds because Twisted Metal's coming back. Who cares if it's a live service? It's alive. It's been revived. That's how it's going to be. And then after you see that Twisted Metal reveal, then maybe we see another single player game. I'm trying to think of a studio off the top of my head that would have a single player game ready to go. Maybe Blue Point's next game, single player game, right? And here we go. We have Aaron Yogurt gifting another 5 memberships, bringing our total up to 56 new members for this stream. That is absolutely awesome of you, Aaron Yogurt. Let's see. You've gifted Vince Virtua, Hiro Shishigami, if I'm saying that correctly. I cannot read this name, so I'll just say Odd Anderson and J-Dog, as well as Bear in Mind, all gifted memberships. Shout out to you, Aaron Yogurt. Thank you so much, man. Aaron Yogurt coming out clutch once again, saying, hey, MBG, you thought the train was done. You thought the membership train for this episode of the podcast was over. Well, I got something to show you. So thank you so much for that, man. I want to say real quick, too, I want to give a big shout out. I don't have all the names in front of me, but I have to give a major shout out to the individuals who are consistently gifting. I appreciate every single membership gift, obviously, but I am noticing there are those of you who are basically showing up nearly every stream and handing out multiple membership gifts during each stream, which is very, very kind of you. And I just want to say that I do see it and I very much appreciate it. And I can see that some of you are going above and beyond to make sure that we can grow these memberships. So thank you for doing that, man. Very much appreciated. Let me see. I have quite a few super chats I got to catch up to here too. Josh Shrank, again, you're saying, since Sony's last showcase, they have acquired Haven, Bungie, Firesprite, Bluepoint, Housemarque, Firewalk, Valkyrie Entertainment, and Nixxes. Stuff is cooking. Absolutely, stuff is cooking. Josh, absolutely. PlayStation fans, I don't think have any idea just how good. Like, you think you've been eating good already. Wait until you see. Wait until you see what's been cooking. And here we go. Keeping the train going big time. Exley 3000 with another 10 memberships gifted. Another 10 memberships. Guys, if you don't have gifts enabled, if you don't have the ability to be gifted enabled, make sure you click on either Exley 3000's notification or Aaron Yogurt's notification. Toggle it on. Allow yourself to be gifted memberships because these guys are out here giving them away once again like they are candy, which I'm so, so grateful for. So let's give a shout out to Kanish Sai, Thomas K is what I'll call you, Simon Thews, Khalil Jama, Armed Response, Sea Snow is what I'll call you. I'm going to start abbreviating some of these names just to, save me the pain of absolutely destroying your name live on air. Brandon Miner, and let me see, Jeremy Allison, as well as The Wood A and Sleepless LG, all gifted memberships. Once again, thanks to Exley 3000. Again, huge shout out, guys. I know I sound like a broken record. It's difficult for me not to sound like one because I just want everybody who is interacting with the channel, everybody who is giving memberships, I want to just keep making sure that I'm thanking you and you know how much it means to me. I apologize. I know it's a bit much, but yes, we really do have a very generous community here, as FireX is pointing out. Absolutely. And yes, so just a huge thank you and a huge shout out. Gavin House says Mark Cerny approves. I love it. I love seeing the emojis. I got to say, I waited way too long to get the emojis out. My wife made the emojis and they've been just a pleasure to look at in the chat. So thank you guys so much for gifting. We are now at 66 members. Gonna hear the notifications go off quite a bit. I don't know, man. I don't want to mute the notification, so I don't know if this is really annoying for you guys. Every time I have to manually add it, I know the notification goes off each time. So you guys will have to give me some feedback. If you don't mind it and you like hearing it, I have no problem keeping it there. If it's incredibly annoying and you want it to stop, though, I don't know. Maybe I will consider it, because like I imagine every time you hear it going off like that, it's kind of like a bell ringing a little bit. Like, I think people kind of get a little bit excited hearing it. It's hard to say. Got the triple anus emoji being used. Love to see it, man. Still waiting on that Cerny poster. Dude, I'm telling you guys, like, look, I have a small setup here, and in the future, again, in the long-term future, I hope to expand it. You're saying it's already muted? Okay, I didn't know that. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think I did mute it last stream, and I never unmuted it. Really quick, let me know. Does the notification, do you actually hear the notification when, let me see, when people actually gift the memberships, not when I manually add them, but when people are actually gifting them, does the notification sound go off then? Or is it completely muted? No. Wait, somebody's saying yes. Only for super chats? So the sound you should be hearing for memberships is the PlayStation 5 Platinum. Not the notification, just the Platinum. Okay, gifts do not. All right. I'm going to see if I can fix it. That bothers me a little bit because we've gotten so many gifts today. Let me see. I think I know how to unmute. I forgot that I muted it. Okay, there we go. All right, it's on now. I thought it was on. I forgot to unmute it last time. I might just have to do this thing where as the memberships, grow throughout a single stream, I'll let the notifications go off, and then when I have to manually add them, I'll just temporarily mute it. So, all right, let me get to these super chats. Apologies to keep you guys waiting. I know I also have to give a big shout out to everybody who super chatted, because you guys are extremely patient, and I know my audience is patient as well. So thank you. But Josh, to get back to what you said, you listed all of the studios that Sony has acquired since their last showcase, and you're saying they have stuff cooking. And dude, this is where I'm saying, man, when I said earlier that the stars are aligning for Sony, they really are. Like, they really are aligning, dude, to a point where I mean, I know it's loaded, and I know a lot of people are hesitant to feel this way, but there are people who are out here saying, like, dude, the chances of Sony. There are people who say Sony's next showcase is going to be mind-boggling. It's going to be mind-blowing. It's going to be one of the best shows that is ever put on in gaming. Now, I'm not willing to get behind that right now. I'm not willing to say, yes, you're absolutely 100% correct. But what I will say is that the chances of Sony having a 2015, 2016, like back at PS4, E3 2015 and 16, a showcase that surpasses that stuff is very, very high. Like, it's very high. And I don't know, man. It's so tough. It's so tough because I want to keep talking about it and I want to keep speculating, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So I'm in agreement with you, Josh. Goldcast, you're saying, hey, did you say anything about Microsoft saying Hi-Fi Rush was successful? You made a stream, and I know you PlayStation guys love bad Xbox news. I actually did, Goldcast. I recommend coming back to the stream when it's finished. I talked about it much earlier. Do we love talking about bad Xbox news? Yeah. Well, it depends on what it is. It depends on what that news is. If it's so something like Hi-Fi Rush, that news, which was already, corrected by Aaron Greenberg. But the reason why I'm eager to talk about that is because I've been told over and over again. By a community that is supporting something that is not proven, that, hey, this is the future. And this is going to take over. And this is this is going to be how it's going to go. And I've never bought into that. I've never believed that. I've had my doubts, my skepticism. Anybody who's been here, So when I see that bad news, it makes me feel. Look at the title of my stream. Sony was right? Question mark. Sony was right? Maybe. Let's talk about it. Why do I want Sony to be right? Why do I want Xbox to be wrong? Is it not obvious? I'm pretty sure it is obvious to mostly everybody here. I want Sony to be right and I want Xbox to be wrong because Sony knows what they're doing. Sony delivers. Microsoft hasn't. Still isn't. They might. But that's why. Saying because I'm a fanboy. I mean, sure, if that's how you want to see it, that's fine. But I'll tell you right now, Microsoft comes out here, they start delivering some great quality first-party games, some single-player games as well. They start doing that, I'm not going to want to see them fail. I'm going to be concerned for Sony, is what I'm going to be. Because I'm going to have to question Sony, how, like, if Microsoft starts matching Sony's quality and output under Game Pass, I'm not going to be focused on Xbox nearly as much anymore because, look, they did it. They proved the impossible. They did it. I was wrong. All my fear was unfounded. They did it. That energy is going to channel to PlayStation, and I'm going to be looking at PlayStation saying, what are you guys going to do about this? Maybe they'll do nothing. Maybe they won't need to do anything. But that's where it stands right now, bro. And I'll be honest, like the whole Redfall 30 FPS thing, the reason why I got so excited about that is because, like, honestly, to me, I just wanted that to be the final nail in the coffin for the whole Xbox Series X power narrative, you know? And it just feel like it had to be the final nail in the coffin. And we had to, you know, I wanted to make it known, like, there we go. We don't have to, no one has to question anymore if Microsoft lied, because they did, because we're literally witnessing it. Even Xbox fans. Actually, you know what? This reminds me. There is something I want to bring up here that I would like to get to at some point during this stream. So, guys, it might not happen until towards the end of the stream. When I get close to the end of the stream, you'll know when. Remind me that I have an article up here that I would like to read before I go. But I want to make sure I get to these super chats first. But yeah, you know, I'm not going to sit here and lie and make it sound like I don't jump on the opportunity to highlight bad Xbox news. And people always ask me, they're like, dude, how come you never really celebrate good Xbox news? Dude, because most of the so-called good Xbox news, it's nothing really that impactful. A lot of the times it's just bullshit. Right? It's like most of the time it's just bullshit made up, not even made up, but if it's not made up by Microsoft themselves, it's definitely propagated by the Xbox fan base themselves, where it's like they'll take something that is kind of good and then try to convince everybody that it's not just kind of good, like this is the best thing ever. It's like, what? For example, most recently, and here's just a quick example off the top of my head. Epic had their State of Unreal. They had their State of Unreal presentation, and Hellblade did show up. And the way Hellblade showed up was it was the actress who plays the main character, and they were showing off like the facial technology and the graphics. And I saw Xbox fans losing their minds over this shit. And I'm like, that's awesome looking. Yes, that is very cool. Where is this game? Like that, you know what I mean? Like that's what I'm asking. Where is this game? What the hell are they doing? Because the only thing we've ever seen, not the only thing, but most of what we've seen regarding Hellblade 2, and it does look incredible. Don't get me wrong. I think it looks awesome. But most of what we've seen with Hellblade 2 is Ninja Theory focused on like showing off technology and stuff. And it's like, I get that. That's cool too. But like, you got like, where is the game? You know? So again, what I'm trying to say is that there's nothing wrong with Xbox fans being excited at, oh man, look at that Unreal 5 technology and how this Xbox studio is leveraging it. That looks really good. Can't wait to play it. That's perfectly fine and reasonable. I feel that way too. But there's a difference between that and being like, oh my God, Hellblade 2 looks better than anything on PlayStation and anything in the industry right now. This is going to shit on everything. It's like, hold, let's pump the brakes, bro. Okay? Like, pump the brakes. We're not quite there yet. Not even close. In regards to Xbox or any of their studios. Let's pump the damn brakes. Let me see. Ace, you're saying, and if Sony gets it right, Xbox never gets a chance to lower the quality of games in the industry. Just want to remind everyone, if Sony gets it right, Xbox never gets a chance to lower quality of games in the industry. You are correct about that. That's where we stand now. Ace, that's where we stand now. Where we are right now with PlayStation and Xbox in the industry is, it is Xbox's duty. They have to answer the call of duty. That's right. Xbox has to answer the call of duty by matching Sony's quality. To some degree. Not entirely, but to some degree. That's what has to happen. Not the other way around. Not the other way around. This is why this is honestly why I like, you know, this is why I have such a problem with the portions of the Xbox fan base that come out and are like, dude, Sony needs to do better. Sony needs to match Microsoft. Like, dude, please just stop speaking because you are wrong. Like, you're not just a little bit wrong. Like, you are way off the mark, bro. You are way, and that's why these past 2 weeks have been so revealing. They have been. And why these dudes that were out here saying this look like fools. Because no, that's not what has to happen. Microsoft needs to do that. Xbox, not Sony, not PlayStation. Just because you're angry that PlayStation's asking you to pay for their content and their games doesn't mean that they're doing bad and what they're doing is wrong and that they need to do a better job and match Microsoft. No. Microsoft needs to match Sony. They've been needing to match Sony for a long time. That's because I see that all the time, man. Now, when Xbox starts getting quality AAA banger after banger inserted directly into Game Pass, and then the Xbox fan base wants to say, yo, Sony's got to match Microsoft here and start putting their AAA bangers in the PlayStation Plus, then you got a point. Yeah. That's I would agree. I don't think Sony can. I don't think they will, but yeah, can't argue that. Monkey Ken 8, I don't know, you became a member, and I don't know if I thanked you for that and gave you a shout out, but shout out to you, Monkey Ken 8. Appreciate that. PlayStation Pete. And sorry, PlayStation Pete, I did forget to shout you out as well. You also gifted one membership yourself. So thank you for that, buddy. And you also have a super chat here where you're saying, who will win Game of the Year? Spider-Man 2, Final Fantasy 16, Stanfield, Hogwarts, Zelda? Obviously it's impossible to say who's going to win Game of the Year, but I think we'll see Zelda up there. I think we'll see Spider-Man 2 up there. I think we could see Final Fantasy 16 up there, definitely. We could see Hogwarts up there. I mean, I'll be honest, I think Hogwarts isn't going to be there for political reasons. I don't know. You just think about the way the Game Awards, maybe it'll be there, maybe not. That's like a 50-50. Starfield could definitely be in the running for Game of the Year, but I feel like we don't. It is kind of a wild card in that case, right? Like Spider-Man 2, we kind of already know what to expect. Final Fantasy 16's out. All the games listed here, we kind of know what to expect. Starfield really is the one that we don't know yet. But if Starfield lands the way it's supposed to, it definitely will. It could easily be in the running for Game of the Year. It could even win Game of the Year. Who knows? So thank you for that, PlayStation EP. Yeah, it's a while from now, but we'll definitely be tuning into the Game Awards this year. Yeah, Jedi Survivor could end up being one as well, nominated. A lot of good games coming out this year. So Narcan Blitzer, you're saying, last question on the weekday live streams. MBG, what time are you typically going to start these live streams? Morning, midday, afternoon, evening, or nighttime? Another good question, and I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, Narcan Blitzer. So what I will say is most times, what I would like to strive for is early afternoon-ish. Early to mid-afternoon-ish. The only time you'll see me go live earlier than that is if something like is happening right then and there, like something kind of breaking news that I need to get this stream out right now because I gotta talk about this. Not 11 a.m. The past week I've been streaming every day at 12 p.m. Eastern time. I'm not going to be doing that anymore. There may still be streams that are at 12 p.m. Eastern, but I also want it to be known that you will always have between 30 minutes to an hour before my stream goes live. Like, I'm not just going to ever go live, okay? Like, I'm not just ever going to be like, okay, now suddenly MBG's live. I'm going to put it out there, set it up to give people time to file in, and then I'll obviously have my credits roll. So also, I should just mention, if you don't have notifications turned on, make sure you turn on notifications if you don't want to miss any streams. I don't know how consistent YouTube puts out notifications. I've heard they're pretty bad at it. But if you're able to put on notifications when you can, and you should be notified anytime I go live. But when it comes to like evening or nighttime streams, the only time I'm going to do like late evening or nighttime streams is if that's when breaking news drops. Like, you mentioned like the whole blue box thing earlier. And yeah, that's a good example of like, we never knew during that whole situation, like when something was going to happen again. And every time something happened, it was very spontaneous. People were always asking like, dude, are you going to go live? You're going to go live and talk about it. And yeah, sometimes that occurred at like late at night, at least where I'm at, like, 8 p.m. Eastern time, definitely a time when I'm not planning on streaming, but like, yo, the new blue box tweet just dropped. We got to talk about it, So yeah, for now, I'm going to shoot for early to mid afternoon with my streams. Alan L. Gould, you're saying, hi, MBG. I want to ask you, where are your cats? So Boss is sleeping on the bed next to me. He was next to me for almost this entire stream here, just on the floor. As I said, when I reached the 500 member goal, which we're actually not that far away from, I think we're definitely over 400 members at this point. So we're very close to the 500 member goal. Once I get to that 500 member goal, I'm hoping not too long after, I can get a nice cat tower that fits nicely back here and you can see on camera. And hopefully they can begin to join us more often during the streams, because I know people like to see the cats. And I think that they would really enjoy that cat tower. I used to have a cat tower, but I had to get rid of it. It got kind of destroyed. And that cat tower also wouldn't have fit back here. So Domingo813, you're saying, I understand now. The tea is like Game Pass, and MBG is like the consumer that is being forced to drink the tea. The more Game Pass members, the more Microsoft is content. Thanks, MBG, for such dedication. You got it, Domingo. See, somebody picked up on it. I'm like, this is all a metaphor. Who will pick up on that metaphor? And Domingo813's out here being like, that's it. I know, MBG, I know I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down, bro. So thank you for that, Domingo. That's pretty funny to think, though. I have to admit, obviously, that wasn't what was going through my mind, but that is a very interesting way and a fitting way to look at it. Definitely. So thank you for the super chat, Domingo, and thank you for the membership gift as well. The Cape Crusader, you're saying, Jesus Christ, MBG, you look like a freaker from Days Gone without your shaved face. Damn, bro. Damn, the Cape Crusader just roasted me through a super chat. I I can see that though, because I am pretty pale. Like, I didn't realize just how pale I am until I shaved clean. And you know what though? I feel like I shouldn't be this pale though. Like, I've been getting some sun. I've been out there getting some sun. Like, my forearms are pretty, I don't know, pretty tanned up a little bit. Not my face though, for some reason. So, not sure what's up with that. Saying I kind of look like Deacon St. John. I've been told that a couple times. But according to Cape Crusader, I look like a freaker. Thanks a lot, man. That's so funny, though, dude. I am really pale. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange, dude, because, like, I don't know. When I go out in the sun, man, like, almost any part of my body that's exposed to the sun, it tans pretty quick. And I've not been hiding my face from the sun. It makes me wonder if, like, you know what, maybe it's because I do wear a hat outside a lot, so that could do it. And I think also the beard hair, it prevents the skin from being exposed to the sun, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. But thank you for the super chat, Cape Crusader. And you say, you have another super chat I'll get to in a minute, but we got Stephen Jones coming in saying, great stream as always, still looking for the elusive PS5, but soon I will be gaming on one. And don't be scared of the one chip challenge. Puts color in your cheeks. Yeah, I don't know, man. When it comes to really spicy food, really hot food, I mean, almost my entire life, I never really enjoyed it. It was only in the past couple of years recently, I actually really started to enjoy spicier food. But even then, like, I don't know what my threshold is. Like, I don't really know what my tolerance is because I don't think that I've ever had something like really, really, really spicy. I've had some pretty spicy things, but the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is I bought these spicy pickles one time, and they were just like way hotter than I felt like they had any right to be. I couldn't eat them, and I wanted to. I was like, the taste is great, but these are painfully hot. These are like I put hot sauce on stuff a lot of times. You know, I like buffalo sauce. I like hot salsa, but these pickles I bought were just like, what the? They weren't even like a crazy brand either, like that was trying to be super spicy. They were just ridiculously spicy. They were painful. So yeah, I think that might have been like possibly the spiciest thing I ever had. But when it comes to these crazy ass challenges that people do, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I watch, I don't know how many of you guys watch Hot Ones. I like watching Hot Ones. I don't watch it all the time, but when they have like a guest on there that I'm really interested in, I like to, I've never had that sauce on the Hot Ones show. They have like the Da Bomb sauce, which is supposed to be the hottest one. Like, I have no idea like how hot that really is or how close I've gotten to eating something that hot. But all right, let me see. We got, oh, and Stephen Jones, also before I move on, you're saying you're still looking for the PS5. That's surprising, man. That's actually surprising me. I would have thought that, I guess there still are some regions or some areas where it's still hard to maybe come across one. But I hope you get one soon, man. It'll definitely be worth it. You're going to love it when you get it. I'm confident in that. So good luck, man. And shout out to Overton Green becoming a channel member. Joining greatness awaits. Thank you so much, Overton. I really appreciate that, bud. Thank you for becoming a member. Got a lot of memberships gifted today, but also a few people just deciding to become members on their own. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Cape Crusader again. You're saying, MBG, do you think you're shadow banned? I feel like you've been stuck at 98k subs for over like 6 months now. You should be at like 200k by now. I have no idea. I could be. I don't know. I don't know what I could have done to get shadow banned. Maybe I went too crazy with the rants, but I've noticed that as well, that at one point in time, YouTube seemed to favor me and it wanted to push my channel out. And now I can't get YouTube to do shit with my channel. Like, I cannot get YouTube to push my channel out. And it could just be, it might not be YouTube. It might just be, you know, my channel experienced the most growth during 2020 when the hype for the next gen consoles and in gaming was like at an all-time high, like breaking records. It was just, you know, crazy. And then I noticed like the slowdown really occurred after 2020. So like going into 2021, 22, I mean, I don't know. It might coincide with the gaming industry and the fact that I cover news. I don't know. I really don't know. But if I am shadow banned, I feel like there's no way for me to actually know. But yeah, I've been stuck at, I mean, I've been slowly grinding my way to 100K. And that's why I decided to, you know what, rather than try to, you know, I didn't want to get to a point where it's like I'm going to start putting the craziest things in my thumbnails and just try desperately to appeal to YouTube's algorithm. Because, dude, here's another thing, too, is when you look at YouTube, shit has gotten ridiculous. Okay? I'm going to go on a mini rant here about this. Not long, but short one. Dude, something has changed on YouTube in the past couple of years where the things that I see people doing in their thumbnails and like just so desperately trying to capture the attention, I'm just like, dude, fuck that. Like, just fuck that. It's so dumb. I mean, we are straight up like, you either got to be doing something like over the top ridiculous, or you just straight up got to like, you just straight up got to lie. Because I see, like, I scroll through YouTube a lot, man. And in all the different genres, it's just all the videos that are succeeding, they're all doing the same exact shit, man. The same shit. It's like aren't people, I don't know, man. I just, because to me, a lot of it is just, it's kind of ridiculous. But then again, I kind of get it. You know what I mean? I kind of get it. Like, I understand that YouTube's bigger than it ever has been. There are more people on YouTube than ever before. Fighting for attention, you know, it's like people got it. That's what they got to do, man. Like, dude, there's this YouTube channel. I'm about to straight up shit on on another PlayStation YouTube channel. I'm trying to remember what they are. It's oh my god, it's a PlayStation YouTube channel, and I swear to God, dude, I had to actually block this channel from ever showing up in my feed because I'm just like, I can't do this. Where the thumbnail, and they would get like good views. They would get like good views. Dude, the thumbnails, they would straight up fucking lie. Like, I mean, not even like clickbait. There we go. PS ready. There we go. That's the one. Yeah. Oh my Lord. I was fucking fuming because I actually, this is where I'm involved in this space, and I'm reading this chat. I don't know if this is an individual's channel. I think it's actually like it's run by, I don't know who it's run by. Frank, I couldn't watch it because I'm just like, this is bullshit. This is like, and this is why I started to realize, like, now this is the channel that's getting attention. This is the channel that's getting attention, and they're getting attention by fucking lying. Like, straight up lying and bullshitting in their thumbnails and their titles, and people are just clicking on it, and it's working. It's working for them. And I'm like, this is what I got to compete with? This shit here. Like, I see shit in the, like, I swear it's like you could make up anything where it's like, Sony just ruined everything. Like, what the fuck are you, like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, I swear to God, there was a time where I saw them put out a video where it said new PS5 update, and there was like no actual update. So I swear I like lost my shit. Yeah, like I just couldn't, I can't do it. I can't, like, and that's the thing that would blow my mind is people would come to me and complain to me like, dude, you're clickbait. I'm like, you have no idea. You have no idea. It's fucking sad out here, dude. And this is why I've decided, like, I want to start streaming more, and I want to start building like a more tight-knit community that actually cares about what I have to say and listens to what I have to say and cares about this channel. Because, dude, if that's what I got it, like in order for me to compete against like a PlayStation channel like that is growing and is getting the views, that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do. I can't. I refuse. I can't do it. I refuse to do it because it's just like, I'm not stooping that low, man. I'm not. That's look, I'll try to do what I can with my videos. You know, I'll put the word huge in there and, you know, say something big. And I get it. Like, I totally understand people's frustration. And I have actually answered comments before. Like, people would sometimes comment and be like, dude, why does this seem so clickbait? Or, you know, that's what they would say. And I'd say, look, man, you don't understand. Like, this is what YouTube demands. Because if I have tried, you guys know, anybody who has been following my channel for a long time, you know that I have tried so many times in the past to just put right up front in my title, in my thumbnails, exactly the topics we're talking about and what these topics pertain to. And YouTube gives a big middle finger to those videos, to those thumbnails, to those titles. But anytime I try to fluff it up a little bit, YouTube's like, oh yeah, let's go put this video out there. And YouTube is in a state right now where it rewards people bullshitting. That's what you like when it comes to how they're going to present their videos, what they're presenting to you. It's either they're going to reward you for bullshitting or they're actual people who aren't bullshitting and they're doing wild, crazy stuff, which is understandable why people would be interested in clicking in that, you know? Pisses me off, man. It really does. And it's incredibly frustrating as a content creator because, like, am I shadow banned by YouTube? No, I don't think, to be honest, I don't think I'm shadow banned. I think it's just that YouTube basically decided along the way that we're just going to reward kind of bullshit behavior. And it's just going to be okay. And I honestly, this is tough because it's like with that PS Ready channel, I mean, I had to think to myself, like, people keep showing up to that channel and watching it and giving it views. And so I have to think to myself, well, they must be doing something right. And my only guess to that is their content probably isn't actually bad. It's probably good. I mean, if people if they keep showing up and watching, they must have good content, but that's where we are, where the only way you can get people in the door is by being fucking ridiculous. And that's stupid. I don't know that to me, that signals a greater problem throughout not just YouTube, but potentially the internet in general. So I don't know, man. I don't know. There's my rant. That's my rant about the state of YouTube. But yeah, hopefully we can get to 100K, man. Like I will say, ever since I started streaming more, while also still trying to put out, while still trying to put out regular video content, my channel has been experiencing a boost and some growth for sure. So it's not that the channel isn't growing. It's just, it's very slow. It's definitely slow growing. And you know what? I got to be honest. Like, this is where I'm curious. Like, so in 2020, I want you to think about this for a second, not to keep going on here, but this is crazy to think about because now you got me thinking, like, I think I might be shadow banned. Like, no joke. Back in 2020, I don't know if you guys remember this, Sony did a state of play for Ghost of Tsushima. And I set up a reaction stream. And this was before I went on camera. So, like, I didn't have like a face cam or anything. And I set up this stream for Ghost of Tsushima. And I didn't have like super high expectations for it. I was just like, maybe like 1,000 people, maybe potentially 2,000 people could show up. And that'd be awesome. That'd be a lot of people showing up. But something happened where I guess YouTube was just like, we're going to take your stream. And keep in mind, like, I did not frame my stream because you see it happen sometimes where it's like people basically try to pretend that they're the PlayStation channel and stream. And you know what I mean? I know you guys know what I'm talking about. And I didn't do that. Like, my logo was there. It wasn't I wasn't trying to trick anybody. It's just MBG, and I'm live reacting to Ghost of Tsushima State of Play. And dude, I At one point, I had like 11 or 12,000 people watching. And I was like, yo, what is happening right now? And that was crazy. And that was kind of the theme of the channel in 2020, where it was clear that like people were showing up, man. People were showing up. And it just seems like that doesn't happen anymore. And I can't tell, like, again, is that YouTube? Is that a shadow ban? Is it just the state of the industry? Is it because everybody was inside in 2020? I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I wish I did. Let me see here. So thank you for that, Caped Crusader. Waved Max, you're saying MBG next challenge will be live stream Peppa Pig 2. Waved Max, you've been going on about this Peppa Pig game. I'll be honest, bro. I don't think I'm ever going to play this Peppa Pig game. I don't care how good it is. It's Peppa Pig. Perfect Image, you're saying, I believe with the Firewalk Studio, we're going to beat COD. Nah, I don't think so, man. Nah. Firewalk has a ton of potential, it seems like, and it's almost impossible to gauge like how high that potential is, like just how good this game can be. Sony seems very excited about it, but nah, dude, like I will say this. It could be the beginning of something. Absolutely. You know, people talk about Call of Duty as if, you know, it didn't start small. It did. Excuse me. Call of Duty was, you know, the first couple of Call of Duty games that came out, they were not the, you know, mega juggernaut titles. They were not the mega juggernaut titles that, you know, they are today. They had to build up to that. So if Sony ever does end up getting a Call of Duty competitor that they created from one of their studios, it'll take a very, very, very long time. Very long time. But I think this is a good start. XLee 3000 coming in again with more memberships. Really quick, XLee Gaming, before I shout this out, gonna have to take care of a couple things here. My bad. That was actually an accident. Ignore that. That was my bad. I actually didn't mean to do that. I was trying to... All right, it's not letting me do what I wanted to do. Ignore that. XLee 3000 gifting 5 memberships. Guys, do you know what this means? This means we are now at 72 total members. Okay? We've gotten to 72 total members. You guys are insane. I don't know how you keep doing this, but every stream I'm doing, you're just... you're utterly annihilating the goal. You're stomping it. XLee going crazy today with memberships. Absolutely. Thank you so much, XLee 3000. Love to see it. Let's see. Who's a member now? Akin Jude. Jordan Garthright. Daniel B. Anthony Burton. And Scott Rayner. All members. I gotta be careful how I'm clicking stuff in the chat, because I think I accidentally like banned somebody. I had to unban them. It's because I gotta shrink my chat box a little bit. That's the problem. But yeah, we are at 72 members now. Thank you so much for that. That is incredibly kind of you. You've gifted many memberships today, so a big shout out. To XLee 3000 and everybody else who has been gifting memberships. I'll leave it to you guys. We are 3 new members away from hitting 75, which, I mean, as you can see, the goal was 25. If you guys want to make that happen, by all means, go ahead. That'd be a great way to round it off. But hey, and Fred Vance coming in, bro. Fred Vance coming in, gifting 5 memberships of his own, crushing the. I didn't, dude. It happened as soon as I said it. It's like he was already thinking it. He's like, I got you, MBG. I got you. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, man. Huge shout out to Fred Vance. Long-time member, Fred. I see you, buddy. You've been here a long time. I appreciate that. Getting us up to 77 new members today. Absolutely love to see it, man. Let's see. Who else was gifted? Yazir K. Sinai, though. Soza Leaks. The Dark Tyrant. And Big Lou Pagano. All gifted memberships to MBG's channel thanks to Fred Vance. So that's, I mean, guys, just like that, that's 10 new members. Absolutely awesome. Really, really do appreciate it, guys. Really appreciate it. I mean, we are 3 away from 80. I know, dude, I'm looking at the chat and that's all I see are members. So thank you, guys. Seriously. I apologize. I keep saying thank you. But I can't help it. And you know, it's nice to see it, man. It really is. So 77 members. And I gotta say, a lot of super chats today too, guys. Like, look, I don't know what else to say at this point. You guys are incredible. I mean, you show up in force, and you know what? I love that this is coming right after my big rant about my problem with YouTube and algorithms and everything else, because this is really what I want to try to build up. I want to try to build a community that is extremely supportive of the content and of the community itself, because I feel like that's what's going to help me grow as a content creator, more so than, you know, where I am now, or not where I am now, but where I was, where it's like, dude, you got to lie. That's the trick, bro. You got to lie in your thumbnail and hype shit up. That's just like way overboard, like crossing a line. Clickbait. That's how you got to do it. Man, it's like, I want to be excited and I want to generate interest in my content, but I just, you know, this to me is so much better. February 1917, choosing to become a channel member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you so much, February 1917. Again, just to let everybody know, because I'm sure that some people are still wondering, and, you know, we get new people coming in all the time with these streams. If you want to gift channel memberships, you have to be a channel member first and foremost. Okay, so if you're not a channel member, you can consider becoming one, or even if you were gifted a channel membership, you now have the ability to pay it forward and gift if you like. And Fred Vance, member for, like I said, a long time, man, 35 months. You're saying, remember to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Thank you so much, Fred. Really means a lot, brother. You got a brother out of me. There we go. I don't say it often, but you got one out of me. I appreciate it, dude. Hit that like button, guys. Right? I mean, we got over 500 likes. The Claymores, also choosing to become a member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Thank you so much. Big shout out to the Claymores. We're just growing today. We're growing every stream. You guys are killing it. Absolutely. Let's see. Where are we at now? 79 members. 79 members. Started today with a goal of 25. And we're at 79. Who's going to get it to 80? I know somebody's going to be like, we got to get this to 80. We got to make it happen. Hype in the chat. Let's go. Let's go. You got, you know, this was a very consistent membership train today. Church Keys, you're saying you are one of the realest YouTubers, MG. Well, I appreciate that, dude. And that's what makes it tough, man. Is like, I want to be that way. I want to be who I really am for people, for my audience. And I think that's what makes it tough for some content creators, is the way the industry works sometimes, man. They don't want you to be that real. They really don't. They don't want you to be that real because, you know, it's like, well, how are we going to keep going? And you guys are Oh my God, absolutely murdering it out here. We got X Lee 3000 coming in with another 5 gifted memberships, another 5 on top of everything else. Thank you so much, X Lee 3000. You have gifted so many memberships today. Thank you. And I cannot keep up with all of these names. And then we got the Genius 200X saying, MBG, I'm going to be the 80th. Well, now it looks like you're the 90th. That's how that worked out. You thought you were going to be the 80th. You're the 90th. That is crazy. Welcome to greatness awaits the Genius 200X, and shout out to you. And then we have Fred Vance doing it again. Fred Vance coming in 5 more memberships gifted. Wow. Thank you so much, Fred. Thank you to everybody. I mean, really, you guys are too generous. You really are. 99 members soon. I mean, look, I'm not going to ask anything of anybody here. You guys have already done too much. And Fishy Queefs comes in. Fishy Q. I'm sorry. I can't keep saying that name. Sure, Fishy, surely you understand. I mean, you got the whole thing going with the name and the profile picture, and I appreciate it, but I'm just going to have to call you Fishy Q. All right? Because the amount of times I'm going to have to end up saying those words on this stream. But Fishy Q coming in with another 5 memberships, bringing us up to 95. 95. Let's bring it up here. You know what? I said I would, hold on, guys. Let me, I don't want you to have to suffer hearing this go off over and over and over again. So I'm going to mute this very quickly while I manually add these. But wow. Wow, you guys are amazing. Whoa, hold on. What just happened now? Something went wrong. I'm going to have to... I got a lot of clicking to do over here. I don't know how I just reset it. No, we reset it. But in all seriousness, we are at 96 new members, which apologies for the clicking you hear in the background. I don't know why it won't let me just manually type in a number. Maybe it can. Hold on. Let me see. I think it might be able to... I don't know. First off, I don't even know how I reset it. Visual settings. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I can do this. So what are we at? 96, I said, which is insane. On top of Fishy Q donating 5 or gifting 5 more, we got CD Gaming gifting another one as well. So we are at 96. Let me fix this real quick, guys, because I want to make sure you can see it clearly. That's the least I could do for you right now. I mean, really. So here's what we'll do. I'll set it to this. One second here. Starting amount 6, 4, and here we go. This should update. So I put it up to 100 because I figure, you know, that's where we're closest to. But we started today. With 25. The goal was only 25, and then CD Gaming's coming in and like, MBG, we're going beyond 100. We're going beyond 100. So we are at, guys, we are at 101 new members. Let's go. You guys are amazing. I mean, really, like, I don't even know what to say at this point because I don't know what to say. Like, I really don't know what to say. I'm gonna turn that alert box back on though. I don't know if you can hear my stomach growling. That was really loud. It's like, dude, what did you feed me earlier with that tea? Thank you, dude. Huge shout out to CD Gaming. Huge shout out to Fishy Q. Huge shout out to Fred Vance. Huge shout out to X Lee 3000. And huge shout out to every single person who has gifted memberships today, because you got us to 101 new members. And it's not up on screen right now, but if you were watching this entire time, you know, we started at 25. Absolutely obliterated. You're saying that 1,000 hat removal is creeping up quick. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. You guys are like, yo, we want to see MBG remove his hat today. We want to see MBG remove his hat today. We're going to get to 1,000 today. We still got time, and I'm not in a rush, but man, we are, it's crazy too, guys. And I have to express all those who super chat. You are some of the most kind, patient people. I apologize making you have to wait so long for me to get to your super chat. But this is what happens sometimes with this community. They just want to come out and they want to gift memberships. They want to show their support. And I very much appreciate it. And I just want to make sure I can give them the spotlight while they're doing that because they deserve it. And you guys who are super chatting also deserve just as big of a spotlight. You guys have absolutely crushed all goals today. And I just wanted to say what's even crazier is how you guys are doing this consistently. Like last podcast, we got over 100 new members. On a stream that happened this week, we got over 80 new members, right? And today we're going past another 100. Like we are really growing the members a lot. And I want to just take this opportunity to encourage anybody who is a newly gifted member or anybody who has been gifted a membership, seriously consider when your free month is up, consider re-upping that membership to help support me on a monthly basis and maintain access to the perks you have access to and new perks that will be available later down the road. So I really, really appreciate it. Seriously, thank you guys. Absolutely crushed it. Love to see it. Very much appreciate the support. Let me see. Zanarcan Blitzer, you're saying back to super chats or Bahamut's. How do you say his name? Bahamut. I don't know. I know it's Final Fantasy, but his Mega Flare is going to come at me. Yeah, I got to get back to super chats. Dude, I swear I'm horrible at pronouncing like a lot of things. And when I see some of these names, I'm like, is it Bahamut or Bahamut? Or is it something just completely different and I'm just butchering it? It's like Bamut or something like that. Somebody please help me. Bahamut. Okay. Yeah, because that's how I want to read it. So it seems that's actually how it's pronounced. Somebody's saying Bahamut. Bah humbug. There we go. That's what it is. Bah humbug. All right. Yeah. Let me get to these super chats. Seriously, thank you to everybody who's waiting patiently. Space Gambler Jr., member for 26 months. You're saying, have you seen this photorealistic body cam footage that people thought was real, but was actually in-game footage? Yes, I forget what the name of the game was, but I've been seeing that trend all over the internet, and holy crap, dude. Like, it looks disturbingly real. And I mean that, like, actually disturbingly real, in that I don't know that I would want to play a game like that. Yeah, it's called Unrecord. I think that's the name of the game. And I will say, it is incredibly impressive. Like, it is unbelievable how real it looks. And I actually did think it was fake until I saw that the video clip that was circulating, the developers were proving like, no, we're going to mess around in the game engine now to show you. Like, this is an Unreal Engine 5. And dude, like, we are now beginning to see what Unreal Engine 5 can do. And it is absolutely fucking wild. It really is. And the only thing about that game in particular is I don't know that I would want to play a game like that because, I don't know, it's the first game of its kind where you're seeing you're seeing it through like body cam footage and you're controlling it in that way. And that, to me, that feels kind of crazy. You know what I mean? But maybe it's one of these things where if I could play it and get a feel for it, maybe it would be very different. Got multiple new super chats coming in, which I will get to. I'm making my way down here, guys. Very much appreciate it. Aya, if I'm saying your name correctly, Aya. I think I'm saying it right. I've had to pronounce so many names today. I'm just like kind of self-conscious of just how many more names am I going to accidentally destroy. But thank you for the 20. You're saying, MBG, you must play Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores. The last boss will blow your mind. The DLC is graphically and technically stunning. Huge step up from Horizon Forbidden West. Unbelievable. I think even the facial animations looked better. Gorilla, man. Yeah, that's the thing. It's tough because, like, I did pick up Dead Island 2, and I've been playing that. And big shout out to Dead Island 2. This game is better than it had any right to ever be. I don't know how many of you guys are playing Dead Island 2, but I've really been enjoying it. And that's the thing, is I do want to play the DLC, and I might just have to do it. I'm like sitting here thinking, like, I want to beat Dead Island 2. I want to play this Horizon DLC, but then I'm also feeling immensely pressured because we got Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming up in just a couple days, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. But I will say this, I've been seeing a lot of different things pop up on YouTube and on my Twitter feed of this DLC, and I've been seeing a lot of screenshots, and I've been clicking on a lot of them and just observing them, and I really am just like, dude, I've been seeing people put out video clips saying this is pretty much, this is like playing a CG game. It's like CGI. You know, it's we've gotten to that point now where like this is what we dreamed of games looking like when we were kids, right? And this is what we fantasized about. Like, imagine one day we get to this point and we're finally there. And I do find myself pretty stunned by just how amazing it looks. And I want to see it. I really do want to see it, man. I do. So I'm going to have to do something about it. I am. I don't know exactly when. Yeah, I saw it too. I see the DLC is getting review bombed. Like, come on, man. Like, look, review bombing should be reserved for when it's actually needed. And what I mean by that is, like, if a developer released a game that is like, I don't know, it's broken, but they, you know what I mean? Like when publishers do shady stuff with their games, and by the end of it, the review scores don't necessarily accurately reflect, like, look, they hit a couple things, or they were dishonest about some things that we learned about later. I feel like that's okay. I can understand why you would want to review bomb it, because you want to send a message and let people know. Review bombing, you know, this Horizon Burning Shores DLC, for the reason it's being review bombed, it's like, come on, guys. Do you really have nothing better to do? Really? Like, we're going this far? Come on. It's ridiculous, dude. I mean, it's one of these situations where I'll be honest, I don't understand why people are this mad. Like that, that's the thing that gets me. Like, I can understand why some people are a little bit, well, like, that was not what I was expecting and not really what I was hoping for. I get that. Like, I can understand that mindset, but what I don't get are why people are acting so angry. Like, they're acting like angry and really upset. And I'm just like, I feel like if anything, it's kind of like the Hogwarts Legacy effect. Like, you guys are bringing way more attention to this. Like, for, you know what I mean? Like, if you have a problem with it or you don't like it, you're bringing more attention to it than it otherwise would be getting. So you're just, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But I will say, on a more positive note, yeah, I've been hearing some pretty good things about the boss fights. The boss fights. You can tell I've been talking too long. The boss fights and the boss battles. And most importantly, I've been hearing that this DLC really is actually pretty important in the way it sets up the third game. And I wasn't spoiled on anything like that yet. And this is where I'm really thinking, like, okay, I think I might have to make it a priority at some point to definitely get on this DLC and play it, because I love this, you know, Forbidden West, played through the entire thing, got the platinum. I think the thing is, I'm just intimidated because I haven't played Horizon since it came out. You know, I played it for like 2 months straight and got really good at it, got familiar with it. And I think that this is what always intimidates me about DLC, is when I know I gotta relearn it, right? I gotta like reacquaint myself, especially during a time when there are other games that I've been waiting to play. It feels really tough to do that. But the fact that apparently the events that play out in the DLC are pretty pivotal in setting up the third game, I am very interested in that, because I feel like the ending of Horizon Forbidden West, and no spoilers here, but I will just say, it's pretty obvious with the ending of Horizon Forbidden West, like, they're setting up a third game, and it goes in a interesting direction, like a very interesting direction that some people didn't like, but I personally thought was like, okay, this is not what I expected, in a good way, where it's like, all right, another little twist here. maybe not as well executed as the first game's twist, but definitely done well, I think. And so, no spoilers, but I'm interested in the third game and seeing where they go. So, if the DLC, basically comes out here and is setting it up, and yeah, R.I.P. Lance Reddick. I know that he's involved in the DLC, which isn't a spoiler. Really interested to see where they go with that. So thank you so much for that super chat. Mike Brown, you're saying, I was shocked Sony didn't make any of those lists. Yeah, well, I mean, hey man, that's what happens sometimes. That's what happens sometimes. Ace, you're saying, and if Sony gets it right, oh, you know what? Actually, I mixed these up a little bit. I actually read that super chat already. The Claymores, you're saying, a friend of mine only plays The Last of Us Factions to this day. No other games. Factions is way more popular than people realize. That's actually, to me, quite shocking. Like, no other game? I mean, I had no doubt that there are some people still playing the Factions mode from The Last of Us. The only thing I would question what you're saying here, I do question how popular it is. I think what you mean by that, like when you say people don't realize how popular it is, some people might read that as you're saying there's still a ton of people playing it. I don't think that's what you mean. I think what you mean is that there are a ton of people that have played it, a ton of people that interacted with this multiplayer and really enjoyed it and are definitely willing to go back to it if we get a newer version, like we're going to get with The Last of Us multiplayer. That's how I'm reading that, and I'm in complete agreement. I'm telling you now, like The Last of Us Online has immense potential to be a big hit. I'm so curious to see if I end up being right or wrong on this, but I feel that this Last of Us, you're saying it's still very active. That's interesting. That's a good sign, though. I have a distinct feeling that this Last of Us multiplayer game is going to, I think it might blow up in a good way. Like, I think this thing might get huge and this thing might really, really take off. I think it has that potential. I don't know that I don't feel confident enough in saying that it absolutely will, but I feel confident enough in saying that the potential is definitely there for sure. And I can't wait to see it. So thank you for that, the Claymores. Lock PSB, you're saying, where is MBG? Who is this kid imposter? Dude, I de-aged, bro. I de-aged. I'm like 17 now. So, but if you, maybe the camera doesn't pick it up, but if you looked close enough at my face, dude, you could see the wrinkles and you could tell, like, I'm definitely not I'm not a young adult. I'm definitely not a teenager. So yeah, it's a Benjamin Button situation going on here. Magnum Gaming, you're saying, I have a feeling Microsoft is doing all this not happy with Xbox as a PR stunt and performance issues with games on purpose because of ABK. So basically what you're saying, Magnum Visuals, is you think that a lot of this negative news regarding Xbox, it is truly it's an inside job, and it's Microsoft basically doing it purposely to some degree. I will say, man, like, I don't, like, as I said, I personally don't subscribe to that theory. However, I do feel that it's tough because the timing is interesting, right? Like is it a coincidence where this is a crucial month in the Activision Blizzard King deal, where the UK regulatory body and the European regulatory body, they are going to have to decide whether they agree with Microsoft or Sony, or at least the argument that Sony's making, and who they're going to end up siding with ultimately. And I will say, the way we've seen this month play out, take this into consideration. Multiple bad news are headlines, and just a lot of doom and gloom, a lot of negativity, a lot of bad stuff happening for Microsoft. Redfall 30 FPS, Xbox consoles selling in the negative. The situation with Ghostwire Tokyo, even though I don't think that was as big for a lot of people. And, now we're getting the negative rumors about like, oh, what about Hi-Fi Rush? And if not Hi-Fi Rush, it just seems like Microsoft isn't happy with Xbox. It's been like all negative. It's been all negative. And meanwhile, during that entire time, we're getting news that Sony has not had to do anything through the month of March. Like Sony didn't have to do anything in March to make PS5s fly off shelves, dude. And it's like, it does bode well for Microsoft's argument. It very much does, because look at it, right? Look at what it's saying. It's saying like Sony's doing barely anything right now and they're killing it. You've seen people saying, myself included, that Sony is basically carrying the industry right now, until the big Zelda game releases and the Switch sales are slowing down and Microsoft is seemingly not doing well. So it really does seem like right now Sony is kind of carrying the industry. And when Microsoft's whole argument is we're very weak, we can't compete, we need Activision to compete, you kind of look at this and you're like, huh, that timing though. Still, I don't know that I believe it. And the reason why I don't believe it is because I've seen Xbox mess up enough times in the past, before any of this acquisition nonsense. I've seen Xbox mess up enough times in the past to where I can kind of detect it. Like I can kind of smell it in the air where it's like, oh yeah, I know what that is. That's incompetence. That's what, like, I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, then they have definitely bamboozled me. But I will tell you that the negative PR and the bad things that are happening with Microsoft right now, I do firmly believe are genuine mistakes and screw ups. And if not, well, I don't know. I guess it's just they did a good job screwing up. Interesting. All right, let me see here. Let me keep this going. We got Ryan Christopher Peters. You're saying, oh, hold on. I lost your super chat. Give me a second. Yeah, Ryan Christopher Peters, you're saying, hey, MBG, do you think a PS first-party studio is developing that TNMT Last Ronin game since it's going to be inspired by the God of War game? I mean, that would be a hell of a thing. I personally hope not. I think a lot of people would want to see that. I personally don't want to, because I don't want to see Sony get overly involved with like taking IP that's not theirs and giving it to their studios. But it is a possibility. I don't think it's super likely, but you consider the fact that they are saying they want this game to take inspiration from God of War. They want it to be a big AAA game. They want it to be really good, obviously. And yeah, I mean, you think about PlayStation Studios. I mean, they have more studios than ever before. But no, I will say that to me, that was kind of bizarre about that. It wasn't a rumor, it was confirmed. Like to hear about that AAA dark Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, I did find it kind of strange that no developer was attached to it. You know what I mean? Like that was strange to me, because it's like, well, you're telling us like what the game's going to be, what it's taking inspiration from and getting people hyped, but you're not talking about the developer. I feel like normally when you reveal things like that, you also reveal who the developer is, to kind of back up what you're saying. It almost makes me wonder, like, do you guys not have a developer yet? I think that's a real possibility. And that I think is actually the most likely possibility, that they don't actually have a development team yet that's working on it. They're shopping it around, or they're letting developers, maybe teams, come to them and pitch to them and say, this is why we should be given the TNMT, license and to be able to make this game. I think that's the most likely scenario. Ace, you're saying, what about SOCOM? COD is now in Xbox's pocket. What about SOCOM? I mean, unfortunately, I've lost faith in that. Like, to be honest, I've completely lost faith that SOCOM's coming back. I would love to see SOCOM. I really think that if there was any IP that Sony has that could, I don't want to say compete with Call of Duty, because like SOCOM can definitely not compete with Call of Duty. It's nowhere near as big, but the fact that people know it, the PlayStation community knows it. It's a modern military shooter, and Sony can grow it. And I think it would do a great job filling in that gap, right? That Sony's so fearful of happening. Like, oh, if Call of Duty's ever removed, SOCOM would fit nicely. But unfortunately, I don't think Sony's doing anything with SOCOM. I would love to be wrong, but I just don't. I don't know. Sony seems to be extremely picky about which IP they want to revive in their back catalog of IP. They seem to be extremely picky, and I don't think SOCOM's one of them. Not a gamer, thank you for the $10. You're saying, great show. I'm glad you appreciate it, bro. I really do. Thank you for that super chat. We got Magnum Gaming saying people have an issue with Burning Shores actually having an option to opt out, like real life. Who makes out with the same sex and whines after? Dude, I'll be honest, like, I just wish, the only reason I wish it wasn't a thing is because I just don't want, like, it sucks that this incredible DLC comes out and people are, like, basically mind blown by how great it is, how well it plays, how great it looks, and, like, all of that has to take a back seat to what people have turned into a political conversation. And I'm not placing blame on anybody. People blame Guerrilla, saying this is Guerrilla turning it into a political conversation. People are blaming other people on the internet for turning it into a political conversation. I don't care why or who. I just wish that wasn't at the forefront of the conversation about this new premium DLC that is doing a lot more than just that. You know, that's the thing that gets me, is this DLC is doing so much more than just that. And yeah, it is true. They do give you an option. And that, I will say, like, I haven't really considered that. I didn't know that there are people who are actually complaining that Guerrilla gave the player the option to decide. Like, what? That's kind of weird. Like, why are you mad about that? Like, you get to choose. You know, you have some autonomy here. Go in whichever direction you want to go in. Take Aloy in the direction that you would like to take her in. It's in your hands. Like, what? I don't get it. You know, like, I don't understand why people would be mad about that. And I'm being very vague right now because I'm trying not to spoil anything. But yeah, I didn't even consider that. To be honest, I didn't know people were upset about that. But then again, I'll be honest, dude, people get upset over everything. People get upset over everything, you know? Let's not forget, dude, when Horizon Forbidden West was first revealed, dude, people were complaining that Aloy wasn't sexy enough. And there were certain so-called gamers, they were like zooming in on her face, and they zoomed in to where you could see just a little bit of peach fuzz on her face, and they were being like, oh my God, Sony makes their women like men. It's like, dude, like, people were saying, like, you got to go up, like, you got to go talk to people, like, you got to go talk to women, and learn a thing or two, and like, just go have real experience. And that was crazy to me. And that, like, this is where you realize that, I don't know, it just, it doesn't matter. Like, people will always find something, you know, people will always find something. Let me see here. Yeah, so Nuke, you're saying Guerrilla Games has a rainbow flag outside of their headquarters. Why are people surprised by this being in the game? Dude, I gotta say, that's another thing, like, I did notice where I follow Guerrilla Games. I mean, maybe people who don't follow them, but if you've paid attention to Guerrilla Games as a studio at all, like, you should know very well, like, this is kind of like what they're, you know, yeah, they're supportive of a lot of that stuff, you know, whatever it may be. Again, I'm trying real hard not to, I feel like I try not to spoil something, and I'm basically spoiling it. But yeah, I do think that, oh geez, Hanzo, bro. Okay, we're gonna end this conversation right now, Hanzo, because you are taking things to a level we just don't have to go there. Not today, not during this podcast. I'm gonna get us on out of here. Hanzo says apologies. We're gonna get on out of here. not actually end the show, but we're going to move on to the next super chat. But thank you, Magnum Gaming. Let me see. Ace, you're saying regarding the AD, hashtag Queen captured. The Queen has a army tag necklace. Call of Duty made Sony a lot of money, but now it is captured. The sneaking is the overdose of Kojima, by the way, after that helicopter. You know what? It's funny because as I'm reading your super chat, I know a lot of people are completely unaware of what you're talking about, Ace, but I've watched that Play Has No Limits ad a couple of times in the past, and I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, it makes more sense now what you were referring to. The Queen has been captured. Call of Duty's been captured. I don't know, man. I still think that's giving Call of Duty too much credit, but saying the sneaking is the overdose by Kojima. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see, Ace. I appreciate the super chats, though. We got Josh again saying, what happened with your buddy letting you try PSVR 2? You know what happened? He ended up not getting it, unfortunately. He ended up not getting it, which was kind of surprising because he was talking about it for a long time, man, and he was building up to it, and I thought, like, man, I haven't seen him this excited for something like this in a long time. And then I don't know, I guess he just had a change of heart at the last second, and he was like, nah, I'm gonna hold off on it. I don't even know if he's gonna get it. And you know, I gotta be honest, it makes me wonder how many people that like are in that same boat with PSVR 2. I haven't, to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, I haven't asked him exactly why he didn't get it. I'll have to do that and report back to you. But if I had to guess, I think it might be because of the games. Like, I don't know. I think when he basically went to go look, like, oh, okay, like what games are going to be there, I think he maybe didn't see anything that really caught his eye. But I'll have to follow up with him on that and ask him, and I'll definitely get back and let you guys know. Let me see here. Okay, scrolling down. I know I got more super chats here. Zanarkand Blitzer with a couple of super chats. I'll read yours just back to back here. You're saying, part one, MBG, we got a chat about Final Fantasy 16. The Final Fantasy 16 State of Play was amazing. Can't wait to get my hands on physical pre-order deluxe edition with that cloth map. Loving the visuals and combat I saw. Missed the live stream, but at least I got to see Final Fantasy 16 in the 4K State of Play video upload. Definitely better than Final Fantasy 15. Appreciate you actually putting the number there. From what I see, my thoughts as a Final Fantasy veteran. I want to hear your thoughts, MBG, as a Final Fantasy novice. Well, I appreciate you letting me know, man, and I appreciate the super chats. And yeah, that so you said you missed my reaction stream to Final Fantasy 16. To give you the gist of it, I was pretty much super impressed. I don't want to say I was like blown away, like my mind was completely blown and I was running around the room screaming. It wasn't that, but I was incredibly impressed. And the thing that really kind of struck me, especially you mentioned the State of Play, was the icon battles. Like, I think I'm already sold on the combat. I'm sold on the world. I'm sold on the story that they are seemingly going to tell. Like, I like everything about it. I like the tone of the game. I think the game looks amazing. I'm really excited for the combat. But when I saw those icon battles, I kept finding myself like more and more impressed as they kept going on. And it was really that battle with the Titan. Just the sheer scale of it. I was just like, this looks insane. That's when I was like, okay, my mind is getting a little bit blown here. I'm like, that looks incredible. That looks insane. So Final Fantasy 16, man, as I've been saying, I really am so curious. You know, you're not the first like Final Fantasy veteran to basically say to me what you're saying, that you're just incredibly impressed, incredibly excited. I've seen a lot of Final Fantasy veterans expressing something similar, where they're just they think this has the potential to, you know, be like maybe even the best Final Fantasy game. And as a novice, like, you want to know how I feel, like my thoughts as a novice? My thoughts are, man, I am really lucky. That's how I feel. I feel I'm really lucky that my first ever experience with Final Fantasy gets to be something as incredible as Final Fantasy VII Remake. And now the next game that's going to follow that up is what veterans are all looking at and saying, dude, this might be the best Final Fantasy to date, right? I feel kind of spoiled and I feel kind of lucky. And I, to be honest, as a novice as well, I also feel like what the team at Square Enix set out to do with Final Fantasy, what the Final Fantasy team set out to do, I should say, I think they're achieving, because they have said over and over again, and they have expressed that with Final Fantasy 16, their goal is they want to bring on a more Western audience. They want to be more appealing to the Western audience. And that's me. That is me. And this is a game that, while maybe when I first saw it, I just thought, okay, it's another Final Fantasy. And I was like, people are very excited, and yup, it's Final Fantasy. And then as we saw more and more of the game, and as I finally decided to dip my toe in the water and check it out for myself, now it's just, you're saying you heard a yell. Yeah, that's my son. He's throwing a little tantrum out there. Yeah, he's a little upset about something, so the mic might pick him up, and I apologize if it's coming through loudly or anything like that. But as I started to see more and more of Final Fantasy 16, I'm like, dude, I gotta get on this game. Like yeah, he's out there ranting, dude. He's ranting about something. He's very upset, dude. He is like, people used to joke around when I first talked about like my son being born a couple years ago and whatnot, and everybody was like, he's gonna be, people are like, oh, it's like Kratos now, dude. You're like Kratos, and this is boy. And it's funny, he's getting a little bit older now, and dude, he is strong. Like, he's a brute, man. Like, I consider myself pretty strong and somewhat brutish at times, but I could tell, I better be careful when I get older, because he's gonna be Kratos. He's gonna be Kratos. He muscle bound baby. Yeah, dude, he is he definitely inherited some genes, for sure. Some good genes. And like, he surprised me. Like, the other day I was holding one of his, he has like a toy vacuum that he likes to use, which is very cute. And I went to go lift it up, and he went to go grab it, and he was messing around with me, and he's like, he's giving me like that look, like you're not going to take this from me. He like wasn't really upset, but he was challenging me, dude. He was straight up challenging me. He's like, go ahead, try to take it. And then I'm actually like, I'm like, okay, we're messing around right now. I'm trying to take it. And then I started to realize, like, dude, he's really got a grip on this thing. Like, I was sitting there like, he's really got a grip on this thing right now. And I started to actually have to use some muscle. And even when I was using some muscle, I'm like, he's still holding on. I'm like, what is going on here? I'm like, what is going on? And I finally got it from him. And I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy right now. So yeah, just thought I'd mention that, man. I'll give you guys updates on that. Yeah, he's a strong boy. That's for sure. MBJ, have you talked about any topics? Firewalk, showcase. So I talked a lot about to be honest, the bulk of this podcast was talking about a showcase. We've talked a little bit about Firewalk as well. As usual, I did that I made that mistake where I read the topics off. I said, this is what we're going to talk about today. And then I went completely off the rails. Like, for example, I have Spider-Man 2 in my title. I'm going to have to remove, I think, at least Spider-Man 2 from the title. Yeah, dude, he's like Bam Bam in the Flintstones. Yeah, he was about to start swinging me around the room. That's funny, dude. But getting back to your super chats, Zanarkand Blitzer. Yeah, honestly, I'm completely sold on Final Fantasy 16. I'm very much excited for it. And I'm actually really looking forward to talking to you guys about like my thoughts on it, because you're going to be hearing from the type of person that this game went out of its way to try to appeal to. And I think that's where maybe I can bring a pretty unique perspective, where I'm definitely going to be interested to hear what veterans of Final Fantasy have to say about it. But I'm excited to, I feel like I'm being welcomed in. I feel like the development team of Final Fantasy 16 are like, we're trying to appeal to a more Western audience. And I'm going to be happy to give them my thoughts and let them know what I like or possibly even dislike about it. But very much excited for it, Zanarkand Blitzer. And that state of play was incredible. So thank you so much for the super chats. Hold on. Okay. Sewell, you're saying only way to get unshadow banned is to play more JRPGs. This is a fact. Hey, it's been a while, MBG. I hope all is well. I've been busy expediting my existence to 4/24/2024 or April 25th. Sorry, I said that wrong. April 25th, 2024. But took a break to stop by. What game is coming out that day? I know that's for a big game release. What game? I feel like I should know. Now I'm not sure. Is that a Lost Soul Aside? That's my guess. I don't know. Am I wrong on that? Somebody let me know. April 25th, 2024. What game? Xenoblade 3 DLC. Okay. Really? They have DLC? Okay. I had no idea. I had no idea. I'm glad you let me know. Man, that's like a whole year from now. That's crazy. They have that. They have the release date out. Interesting. Well, I appreciate it, Sewell. Yeah, we were just, you tuned in at the perfect time. We're just talking a little bit about Final Fantasy. Probably going to move on from that now, but you're saying I get my channel unbanned through playing more JRPGs. I may have to consider that. Sewell. And yeah, all is well. I appreciate you asking. I appreciate you checking in. That's crazy though. I can't believe they have that DLC planned out. Hold on. I just realized. I just realized something is backwards, right? Are you sure? Wait, you're telling me this DLC is planned for 2024? You sure you didn't mean this year? Because the 25th is in 2 days. And Sewell, you're saying, oops, 2023, they shadow dropped it a week ahead of release. A whole year ahead of release, you mean? Yeah, no, that's, I was going to say, I was like, yo, who announces DLC a year ahead of time? That's crazy. Okay. So, yeah, all right. I should have picked up on that sooner. You said 2024. I'm like, DLC? That's crazy. So, yeah, they shadow dropped a year in advance. That's funny, dude. I love that. Yo, we're shadow dropping our DLC a year in advance. That's basically like a prank at that point. You tell people this is coming out a year from now, and then it comes out a couple days from now. It's like you're basically just pranking people. Glad to hear it, though. Hope you end up enjoying it, Sewell, and thank you for the super chats. Hicksock, you're saying you got Stray. It came out on disc after all. Actually, no, I haven't gotten around to it, man. I'm ashamed to say. But I will at some point. Hopefully. That's the problem with me, man. Is like once I end up like bypassing a game, even though I don't even mean to, I like the chances of me getting back to it very, very slim. Yeah, and that's the thing. One of the reasons, the main reason I decided to bypass it was because I wanted a physical copy. And then I don't know. That's the thing, man. So keeping up with the channel and also trying to make sure I can play all the games I want to play, it can be crazy, dude. And then also making sure I'm taking care of all of my other responsibilities and obligations. It can be a lot. But we'll see. I'll add Stray to my collection at some point, for sure. Stephen Jones, you're saying, will we see another Killzone on the PS5? I want to say yeah, but I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I hate to say it, but I want there to be a Killzone revival. But I think any first-person shooters we get from Sony going forward are going to be new IP. That's what I think. So sorry if that wasn't as exciting of an answer, but that's my honest answer. Perfect Image, you're saying Sony did bring a PlayStation Plus exclusive. Remember Stray? Yeah, that's the thing, Perfect Image. Sony has been upping the amount of day one PS Plus drops, but with kind of like bigger indie games. And I think that's smart of them. I think that's the perfect in between where, okay, we're not going to put our day one or our big AAA exclusives day one in the PS Plus, but we can do these smaller, but also kind of bigger AA or indie games. So I think that makes sense for them to do that. And they've been doing it more often. And we'll see if they keep it up. It's worth noting that the NPD report we got last week. Last week. The NPD report we got last week. Apparently, subscription spending is down. So that's bad for PlayStation Plus, but it's also definitely bad for Xbox Game Pass. So subscription spending is down. We'll see what Sony and Microsoft plan to do to correct that. You're saying, wow, did MBG just say no Killzone? I 100% don't buy it. I feel it coming as a live service game. I would love to be wrong. I mean, I feel like it is right there, dude. But I don't. That's the thing. I feel like the only studio that would be accepted as making a Killzone game would be Guerrilla. And I don't think, I can tell you right now, Guerrilla's, I would be stunned. I don't think, okay, so I saw somebody point out today on Twitter, and this is just something I randomly came across. I didn't look that deeply into it because honestly, I'm just ready for stuff to just be announced. But they were basically saying that there seems to be evidence that Guerrilla is working on 2 different multiplayer games right now. Like they have a studio they're partnered with that's working on a multiplayer game, which I think is Horizon related, but there seems to be like enough out there with job descriptions to seemingly confirm that they have a different, like a separate multiplayer game. And I mean, I don't know, man. I've been under the impression for many years up until recently that, they hired, Guerrilla Games hired the studio director or the director of Rainbow Six Siege, a tactical first-person shooter. And there was that rumor for the longest time that Guerrilla's working on SOCOM. And I'm not feeding that rumor here. I'm just saying, like, kind of got me wondering, like, is there a chance that they may actually still be working on an FPS, and maybe it would be Killzone? I don't know, man, but I want to say this game has been in development since 2018. This multiplayer Guerrilla game, or one of their multiplayer games, 2018. That means it's going on its 5th year of being in development. Pretty exciting. The Genius 200X, you're saying Gabriel Ortiz Jr. here just did a name change to reflect my PSN and IG. Oh, I had no idea, man. Glad you let me know. You're saying, with that said, PS Ready is sketch and has another channel that focuses on horror, which may be why he has many viewers. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not trying to slight any individual because I don't even know who runs the channel. But yeah, dude, maybe that's why. It is bothersome to me. Again, I'm not going to go off on it again and rant about it, but I just wish it wasn't like, oh, you want to get good views on this PlayStation news video? Lie. Or if you don't lie, like, just say something that sounds utterly ridiculous. Like, I hate that. I hate that that's what YouTube rewards. And to be honest, I just wish people were less accepting of that too, But that's the problem, is I think people are accepting of it. I think people are accepting of it because they keep going back to it. It's like, how do I fight that? I don't know that I can fight that. The people have spoken, right? So thank you. I don't know. Should I continue to call you Gabriel Ortiz Jr., or should I guess I'll just call you by your name here on YouTube, or else people might not know who I'm talking about or referring to. So thank you, the Genius 200X. Very much appreciate it, man. And Ace, you're saying That's No Moon will be acquired by Sony Interactive Entertainment. Logo in ad. That would be that. Yeah, that's another veteran studio. Yes. A lot of these veteran studios, man. A lot of these new studios being formed by industry vets. Ballistic Moon as well. What happened to that rumor? I don't know. Nothing came of it yet. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out. Now, look, I did tell you guys before I ended the stream, I wanted to read you a very interesting article that I came across. All right. Yeah, Jay Shako is reminding me, don't forget the article you mentioned. Yeah, so this is an article from Windows Central, and it was written up by Jez Corden. Okay? And Jez Corden is a known Xbox fanboy. And the reason why I wanted to highlight this article is because the title, and this was written 2 days ago, the title of this article reads, "With Microsoft distracted, the Xbox console experience is suffering." You're saying he's not a fanboy? Listen, man, I was listening to Jez Corden way back in 2016, hyping up Quantum Break, and, you know, I was there, bro. Not that there's anything wrong with Quantum Break. I was hyping up Quantum Break, but I'm just saying, like, dude, he was an advocate for Windows Phone, bro. Okay, like, come on. I can admit that I'm a fanboy at times. All right. I think, we just got to call a spade here. It's fine. He just really likes Xbox. I understand that. Like, the dude just really likes Xbox, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think this is an important article to highlight that he wrote up here because he is a big Xbox fan, and people, I mean, I did see people trying to like defend Xbox this past week or two and basically disagree with what I'm saying. So I figured what we could do is we could read this article that was written by a big Xbox fan and see what he has to say about Microsoft right now. Because I get it. Like, people don't want to hear it from me. He works for Windows Central. What did you expect? Windows Central. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess, yeah, it makes sense. All right, so the article starts out by saying, it can be exhausting to be an Xbox customer sometimes, particularly if you're paying attention to the news cycle. PlayStation 5 sales in the UK have surged upwards by 369% year over year, while Xboxes have dropped by 11% according to reports. It's a small snapshot of the overall desirability and availability of Microsoft's Xbox consoles, which are increasingly struggling to maintain their foothold in the wider gaming mindshare. Microsoft has been on the back foot after an incredible 2021. Sorry, I had to just process that for a moment. After an incredible 2021, which saw the firm take home the top publisher award on Metacritic, it seemed as though the wait for Xbox's momentum to kick in might have ended. Sales in Japan were even looking strong as Microsoft described the market as its, quote, fastest growing, end quote, region. This past week, Microsoft didn't sell thousands of Xbox consoles in Japan, not even hundreds, but instead they sold dozens. Meanwhile, the PS5 sold over 40,000 units. That's a dire comparison that is near impossible to gloss over. Dude, see, this is where it's like, to be honest, I'm glad that in the article he says, after an incredible 2021, which saw the firm take home the top publisher award on Metacritic, it seemed as though the wait for Xbox's momentum to kick in might have ended. Who was out here? Who was out here trying to tell people do not fall for this Halo Infinite bullshit? But no, I couldn't say that. I got attacked because, what are you talking about, MBG? We got Forza Horizon 5, and we got Halo Infinite, and we got Game Pass, and everything is great. Don't you get it? It's great. And I'm trying to tell people, like, bro, more Halo, Gears, Forza. This is not what Xbox needs. Forza Horizon 5, probably an incredible game. Have no doubt about that. Halo Infinite, I don't know. A lot of people were questioning how the hell did Halo Infinite get those reviews? It's called pity review. Pity reviews. Okay? People don't want to see Halo die. Industry veterans who are reviewing Halo don't want to see it die. And I'm not saying it was even bad. Apparently, I don't know. Apparently, the campaign was pretty good. Okay. But Halo's dead, dude. It's dead. It's a joke now. But no, they took home the top publisher award on Metacritic. So clearly things are turning around. And people were saying to me, they're like, dude, why are you being so salty towards Xbox and fans, Xbox fans, when it's like, dude, they're happy over there. Like, let them be happy. Like, no, because they're cheering on the problem. People want new shit from Xbox. They want to see new good shit from Xbox. That's what they want to see. And that's why I thought all these dudes out here in 2021 who were saying Xbox had such a great 2021. No, they didn't. No, they did not. So I'm glad he mentioned it this way because it's like, yeah, who would have thought after such an incredible 2021 we had, well, you know what? Let's keep going. Okay. So he continues the article by saying, yet Microsoft's monthly active gaming users continues to swell. In its quarterly earnings, Microsoft reported the Xbox as a platform now has a massive 120 million monthly active users. That's the only thing they're willing to reveal. The breakdown of this figure is hard to quantify, but presumably that encompasses mobile, PC, as well as console and cloud. Indeed, despite a weak performance in traditional metrics, Xbox as a business continues to perform better than ever. So why doesn't it feel that way? The problem with this expansion is that it's largely horizontal rather than vertical. Okay. The Xbox console platform is not seeing any serious growth according to what little information we can get. And Microsoft commits more and more silicon to multi-purpose cloud servers instead of home console stock levels. Furthermore, as Xbox sees its priorities elsewhere, increasingly Xbox fans are starting to feel left behind in a variety of ways. He continues by saying, at times, I feel like we've been here before with Windows Phone. Oh, he mentioned Windows Phone, which struggled to keep pace with two more established, more dominant competitors. In this case, let me tell you, not a good look. Having to compare Xbox to Windows Phone, that's scary shit right there. I don't think it's that dire. Nowhere near that dire, but I understand why he would make that comparison. He says, in this case, that would be Nintendo and PlayStation, who can seemingly do no wrong in recent years. Oh, come the fuck on, bro. Are you kidding me? This is why there's no way you wrote that and publish it. There's no way. Like, who can do no wrong? Dude, last I checked, people have been murdering Sony the past couple months. Especially Jim Ryan. The last couple of months, it's been what can Sony do right? And even Nintendo. I don't know, man. Nintendo, well, I don't know. I guess maybe it hasn't been as bad for Nintendo, but come on, bro. What article is this? This is a Windows Central article written by Jez Corden. Fine. Okay, we'll just keep going. Who can seemingly do no wrong in recent years. It's important to note my use of the word feel here because it's just that, a feeling that oftentimes doesn't reflect the reality of the Xbox platform. By all accounts, Xbox is more profitable and has more revenue flowing through it than ever before. Okay, so, dude, this is getting hard to read. How many Xbox fans who tell me and you and everybody else, stop worrying about their money, bro. We're the consumer. Who cares about their money? Are they going to say it here too? Are they going to go tell Jez Corden that? I hope so. Got to keep that same energy, right? But it continues by saying, by all accounts, Xbox is more profitable and has more revenue flowing through it than ever before. The monthly active user base has grown by huge amounts too, creating opportunities for recurring billing. We've not heard how well Xbox Game Pass is doing, probably because it's not doing well, but I added that myself there. But the fact that Microsoft hasn't yet changed course on how it functions doesn't necessarily suggest it's having a negative impact, but the secrecy makes it hard to know for sure what the situation here is. Indeed, I've been speaking to AA and indie developers over the past weeks who are still very skeptical of Xbox Game Pass. I thought it was just PlayStation fanboys that were skeptical of Game Pass. Oh no, it turns out many developers are as well. And the impact it's having on the platform. Indie developers increasingly don't see an opportunity to make money on Xbox in situations where they haven't been approved for Xbox Game Pass inclusion for whatever reason. Microsoft keeps Xbox Game Pass heavily curated, and as more of its own games hit the services like Hi-Fi Rush, Redfall, and the upcoming Starfield, the opportunity for visibility, even for small devs, is shrinking. I have a feeling Microsoft already knows this and pins hope on growing the audience to the point where they can bring eyeballs to as many niches as possible in a Netflix-like way. But Xbox Game Pass can't grow like Netflix without a Netflix-like volume of addressable endpoints. And this is a huge problem. And what exactly does that mean? Well, essentially, that refers to having enough devices out there that can even use Xbox Game Pass. And even right now, there simply is enough. Dude, how the fuck are we this deep in this article? And this man has not mentioned the fact that Microsoft does not release games and has not been releasing AAA games. Like, I am fucking utterly mind blown right now. And this is my first time reading this article. I did not expect it to go in this direction. I am legitimately mind blown that we have talked about. You're saying they do? Okay, I'm going to reel it in. I'm going to reel it in. You're right. I'm not done it. I'm just saying I thought that that's something that would have been brought up sooner. I guess I'm just getting nervous that it's not going to get brought up at all. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, I think this is a very long article. So we'll keep. You know what? That's my. I'll reel it in. I didn't realize the article was this long, so we'll keep going. It's pretty interesting, though. I gotta say, it's pretty interesting. It says, but wait, Xbox Game Pass is on billions of phones via the cloud, thousands of TVs via the cloud, and millions of PCs via both cloud and native games, isn't it? Well, let's examine that for a moment. Without a shadow of a doubt, the best Xbox Game Pass experience as it stands today is on the Xbox Series X. The best value Xbox Game Pass experience is on the Series S. Yet, the desirability of both of these consoles is negligible in recent years, owing to an utterly abysmal performance from Xbox. There we go, thank you. Abysmal performance from Xbox Game Studios. Minecraft Legends just launched with a 73 out of 100 score on Metacritic, and Redfall has a cloud of negativity due to poor preview marketing beats and an omission of 60 FPS modes on Microsoft's most powerful console. 2022 was one of the driest years in Xbox first-party game delivery in years. Xbox fans are pinning all hopes on Starfield from the creators of Fallout and Elder Scrolls to the point where you have to wonder if expectations will be able to meet reality. So I do want to, I want to apologize for what I said. I got preemptively ranty. Okay, I was getting concerned that these very important points were not going to be brought up. And it turns out they were brought up in the paragraph underneath. So I apologize. Give credit where it's due. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh man, I was about to lose my mind. And it continues by saying it's hard to know exactly what Microsoft's goals are with its games these days. Is it Xbox Game Pass engagement or is it retail sales? Xbox Game Pass undoubtedly cannibalizes retail sales, but it seems as though Microsoft's investment in marketing and projections will revolve around how much these titles will likely sell. Hi-Fi Rush, Ghostwire Tokyo, and Pentiment, none of these games saw physical releases. Really? No, Ghostwire Tokyo didn't get a physical Xbox release? No way, dude. That's sad if true. No. Pentiment and Hi-Fi Rush I can understand, but Ghostwire Tokyo, come on. You gotta give them a physical release. It says here, will Microsoft blame the developers for not selling enough digital units? Why should these games sell units when they're in Xbox Game Pass? And if they're not performing in Xbox Game Pass, who is then to blame? Marketing? How can they perform in Game Pass when there are no consoles to buy? While the PC Game Pass Xbox app experience on Windows 10 and Windows 11 remains atrocious. Just this past week, an update to the Xbox app broke various games, including Fallout 76. Windows and Xbox continue to struggle over the delivery of the gaming experience on PC. If I had $1 for every time I've had to run a PowerShell script to reinstall the gaming service on Windows 11 to get Xbox PC games to run, I'd probably end up with enough cash to buy an RTX 490 and switch to Steam gaming full time. Okay, I gotta be honest, I underestimated how long this article is. Holy shit, we might have to break this up into segments. I am like I don't even think I'm halfway through the article. I should have figured this out. Let me see here. He's going, can Microsoft expand horizontally and vertically? So there is an excerpt here, a quote. It says, my criticism of this multi-platform strategy that it's clearly sapping development bandwidth from the core console experience, which is where the perception of the Xbox brand lives and where the Xbox experience currently exists. There you go. That right there, I can see why he clearly decided to put that in quotes and highlight that, because that's the most important point. I'm going to read it again. Jez Corden says, my criticism of this multi-platform strategy is that it's clearly sapping development bandwidth from the core console experience, which is where the perception of the Xbox brand lives and where the best Xbox experience currently exists. Yes, this is very much true. You know, and I'm gonna be honest, like, it's just because this stream has been going on for so long and I'm getting tired, and I'm gonna skip to the final section of this article, and it says Xbox has built an absolutely massive hill to climb. Microsoft's horizontal approach is crucial to the future success of the platform, and while it is messy as hell, it does seem to be working. It's hard to deny the balance sheet which Microsoft has to share. As a publicly traded company, Xbox is a much bigger organization than it was in years past, and despite frustrations at its core, clearly it's making the right business decisions. Even as a traditional console gamer and core fan, the possibilities across Bethesda announced and unannounced games and Activision Blizzard are all reasons to be extremely excited, yet still I worry. I want to see this vision executed, but I want to see it executed without masses of compromises for its existing customers, us. I feel like Microsoft is too slow and bureaucratic as an organization to compete across so many different fronts, and now it has thrust itself into a race for artificial intelligence on top of it all. PC Game Pass competes with Steam, and Xbox Cloud Gaming competes with other handhelds and other forms of entertainment. Xbox consoles compete with PlayStation. Nintendo and Sony's laser focus on their core experiences have seen them become ever increasingly dominant, while oftentimes it feels like Microsoft struggles to offer the bare minimum basics consistently. In the coming weeks, we'll find out once and for all whether or not Microsoft is allowed to purchase Activision Blizzard. Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Overwatch, Diablo, Candy Crush, and various others will then sit under the Xbox brand, sending engagement levels to all new heights. It's not a stretch to think games like Overwatch and Diablo could catalyze Xbox cloud gaming adoption, owing to the fact that they don't always require twitchy precision aiming. Okay, this is really going on here. Geez, in summary, the strategy of expanding to other platforms makes complete and total sense, even desirable, but it shouldn't come at the cost of what is already there. All right, here's the final paragraph. In summary, in conclusion, the strategy of expanding to other platforms makes complete and total sense. It's even desirable, but it shouldn't come at the cost of what is already there. It's exciting seeing glimpses of how this could work in the future. Syncing may save the long dark between my Xbox and hack job Windows Steam Deck is awesome, but it shouldn't have to be a hack job. I shouldn't have to become a network engineer to figure out how to get... Oh, man. Okay. I'll be honest, like, this article kind of lost me. It was way longer than I thought it would be. That's my fault for not checking ahead of time. But here's the gist of the article, okay? I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna give you this may sound like I'm being a dick, and I'm not trying to be, but this is genuinely the feeling I get when reading that article. Like, I couldn't finish it was way too long, but the problem that I'm finding with this article is that while the title of it and a lot of parts of it are very true, my problem with it is it's almost like he's out here saying, like, I'm an Xbox fan, and to me, that is what Xbox is. Like, Xbox begins with the console. I want it to be known what he's saying here. He basically just highlighted what I've been saying for years, what a lot of us have been saying for years, which is Microsoft does not prioritize the console even a little bit anymore. They just don't. And when people say, like, what's the point in buying an Xbox? That's not to say, oh, because what's the point of buying an Xbox? I can play their games on my PC. No, the question is, what's the point of buying an Xbox if Microsoft doesn't seem to care about it? Right? Like, what is the point of it? And so what we are seeing, in my opinion, is a clearly an Xbox fan, an Xbox enthusiast, and I've been saying over and over again for the past couple of weeks that if you're an Xbox Series X buyer, If you're an Xbox Series X buyer, oh, I'm buffering. Let me know if it gets fixed, guys. They got me. Please let me know when I'm back. Please let me know when I'm back. Am I back? Am I? Okay, I'm good now. I think I'm good now. They're trying to get to me. All right, we're good now, so I can continue my end stream rant. All right, look, I'm just trying to say that I've been arguing and saying very confidently, very matter-of-factly, I've been saying that for a couple weeks now, the things that Microsoft is doing, it's like, if I feel genuinely sorry for anybody who bought an Xbox Series X, because you were basically sold on a lie. You know, Microsoft convinced you that, oh, we made you the world's most powerful console and you're going to have the best console experience here. And instead, what you got was the literal opposite of that. And you were basically made to look like a fool. And I literally see people out here coming out on Twitter and saying things like, while I would love to play Redfall at 60 frames per second, and I'm unhappy that it's at 30, I'm still looking forward to playing the game. And it's like, that's the problem, dude. Like, that right there is why Microsoft doesn't give a shit, because it's the same thing what we're seeing here with Jez Corden, where it's like, I'm going to write this really, really, really long article basically highlighting all of these points as to, like, I get that this is how Microsoft is making a lot of money, but they're really making me as an Xbox Series X owner and player feel like complete shit, and they're making, you know, Xbox buyers feel bad, and they're not really doing a good job when it comes to the Xbox console. But ultimately, you can tell if you read through this article, it's like, but you're still going to support them, aren't you? Like, you're still going to say, like, well, I'm going to play Redfall, and I'm going to play Starfield. I'm going to probably play these games on my Xbox. And it's just like, you're saying one thing and doing another. And this is genuinely why I think that Xbox hasn't changed. And if it has, it's only changed for the worse. And I'm talking about the Xbox console. The Xbox brand, like, he talks about how horizontal they are, how Xbox is trying to go in every different direction all at one time. And the Xbox console experience seems to be suffering, and it's like, dude, I don't know what to say at this point to Xbox players other than, like, Microsoft came out here after nearly a year and a half without delivering a single first-party game. Like, I just want it to be known, Jez Corden focused on that point for a single paragraph. This article, I don't know how many paragraphs, it's well over like a dozen paragraphs. It's a long article. He only focused on that aspect one time, but he mentioned multiple times how much money Microsoft is making and how much money Xbox is making. And this is the problem. This is why Microsoft doesn't care about fucking over their fan base, because they know, well, you guys are going to express your disappointment and say, well, how come you're not releasing games, but we're still going to be raking in that money. And you're going to talk about how much money we're raking in, right? And it's just like, this is a problem. Like, this is a real problem, because I don't know what to tell Xbox Series X owners at this point, or any Xbox owner, when it's like, you went almost practically a year and a half without any major AAA exclusive releases from Microsoft. And the first game that they finally bring out, they roll it out and they say, you're only going to get it at 30 frames per second. And when the backlash comes in, and the backlash was severe, as it should be, because that's a joke, what does Microsoft do? What does Team Xbox do? Nothing. They ignore you. And I'm reading an article here, and granted, there were quite a few paragraphs that I had to skip over because it was just simply too long. But I highly doubt that at any point in this article does Jez Corden point that out. Does any like pro Xbox outlet or YouTuber, do they point this out? Do they point out the fact that you are being ignored? You are being ignored because they do not care about you, the Xbox console buyer. This is what bothers me. Okay, this is as somebody who cares about the console experience, not just the PlayStation console experience, but in general, that's messed up. And to actually see that some of the most loyal, diehard Xbox fans, and believe me, Jez Corden is as diehard as they get, he will go down with Microsoft and the Xbox brand. You know, like that's how loyal he is as a fan. Even he's coming out here basically trying to say in his article the same thing that I've been saying, but in a very much like, well, I don't want to upset anybody, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm jumping ship, and I don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to shit on Microsoft. Like, no, dude, you need to shit on them. You need to let them know. You and everybody else who bought a Series X, you need to be aggressive about it. You need to stop making excuses. Stop making fucking excuses. Like, you're out here saying, well, Microsoft's plan is clearly working. They're clearly making enough money. They're not actually giving us Game Pass numbers, but they're definitely making enough money. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is where, I mean, it really pisses me off because it's like, you guys are fucking ruining this brand, bro. You're saying that's not how journalism works, MBG? Well, you know what? You might be right, but let me tell you right now, you think anybody at Microsoft, you might think nobody at Microsoft is listening to what MBG's saying, because that dude's a maniac and he's crazy. And I get that. MBG, you're scaring me. Sorry, I don't know where this is coming from at the end of my stream. But you know what? I'll tell you right now, if you think for a second that any Microsoft executive, any Xbox executive is reading that article and walking away saying, you know what, Jez Corden is right. No, they're walking away from that article saying, well, you know, he understands that we're making good money doing it this way. And he sees the bigger picture. So if he can see it, he's maybe a little bit upset. Well, then surely everybody else can see it. It's just so annoying, man. It's so annoying. Like, oh my God. You know, people say like, hey, let him be, no, I'm not going to let Xbox fans do this because they like, how are they going to do this? How are they just going to sit back and be like, yo, it's cool. Redfall 30 FPS, not what I wanted, but Game Pass. Oh, Starfield's probably going to be 30 FPS too, but you know, it's a big game. I got the world's most powerful console, but hey, it's a big game. It's just like, you know, like Microsoft, like, let me tell you another, you know what Jez Corden's really trying to say in this article? He's trying to say, why the fuck is Microsoft more focused on getting Game Pass on my goddamn toaster than worrying about how happy Xbox Series X buyers are? That's what Jez Corden's trying to say. That could have been the article. It could have been a single sentence. That could have been the title. And the article could have just said literally that. Why is Microsoft more concerned about getting Game Pass on my toaster than they are about how happy their Xbox Series X buyers are? That could have been the article. And you know what? I appreciate the nuance of Jez Corden's article. I appreciate the fact that he's diving deep and he's trying to show all the different aspects. And the reality is it's coming from a website called Windows Central. All right. It's coming from Windows Central. And I get it. They can't just focus on Xbox. They have to see the bigger picture of all of Microsoft. And that's the thing. I have been out here trying to do the same thing. I've been trying to show everybody the bigger picture that is Microsoft, because Xbox is not Microsoft. It's not. Microsoft is Microsoft. They own Xbox. They run Xbox. They're in charge of Xbox. They're going to dictate what happens to Xbox. So the bigger picture that I'm painting is that, no, I disagree with Jez Corden and anybody who sees it that way, where frankly, this is an area where I simply do not care how well things are going for the Xbox division in terms of money. I don't care how profitable things may be. Things are not right over there. Things are not right with their studios. Things are not right with their management. Things are not right with the way they're treating people who bought their consoles and the expectations that they're setting for people who bought their consoles. Things are just not right over there. They haven't been in a long time. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but anybody who thinks that Starfield coming in is just going to straight up fix all that and everything's going to be, peaches and rainbows and everything's going to be better now, boy, do you have a reality. I'm just going to say that. When you hit the wall, you hit the wall. But I hit that wall a long time ago, and this is why. People have wondered why. Why do you care so much? Because you know why? I do not want to see Sony copying these dudes. Because if you do, you're going to see MBG coming out here with his website called PlayStation Central, writing up articles being like, why does Sony not give a shit about PlayStation 7 buyers? And I don't want that to happen. All I do is talk about Xbox. Well, to be fair, the majority of the podcast was focused. To be fair, I think that this was probably the most I've talked about Xbox this entire show. And I saved it for the end. Okay? All right? Give me a break. All right, give me a break, will you? 4.5 hour stream. I've had it up to here with Xbox. That's going to be the test, dude. Dude, what's that meme? You know the meme of the kid sitting there straining his face and it's like red in the face and the veins coming down? Dude, somebody make a meme of that and say like MBG anytime he streams, try not to talk about Xbox. That's what it is, bro. That's me. But you know what? It's okay. This is why I want to continue to see Sony kick the shit out of Microsoft. I want to see Sony continue to just do really well, and why I've talked so extensively about their showcase. I want to see Sony do so well with their showcase and their upcoming games, because I'm telling you, man, the better Sony does, like the longer Sony does this good, the more clear it becomes. Like, this is the way forward. This is where Microsoft should be putting their money. Microsoft's horizontal approach, huh? Horizontal. I guess that's what we're calling it now, right? Like, where, I mean, was it not clear when Phil Spencer said we want to reach billions of people through their phones? Billions of people. That's right. We can't even sell 70 million Xbox One consoles, but we're going to make billions of people Xbox gamers. You can't make this shit up, dude. Talk about being out of touch with, like, dude, good luck. Good luck, bro. But like I said, Xboxer Mike says, wah, deal with it. Hey man, I am dealing with it, and I'll say I'm dealing with it pretty well. You know why? Because, dude, I'm not the one that's gonna have to boot up my Xbox Series X and play Redfall at 30 FPS. I ain't gonna have to deal with that shit. So, to be honest, if I were to ever play, I don't know, man. I might just decide. Maybe I'll play Redfall on my PC. Gavin House says the showcase will be a brutality. I mean, look, man, what comes around goes around. I'll tell you right now, Xbox's day is coming, bro. It is. And I'm well aware. Bring back the beard. I'm bringing it back. But Xbox's day is coming, dude. The day is going to come. Believe me, Microsoft is going to uppercut Sony at some point. It's not going to knock Sony out. It's not going to kill them, but that uppercut's coming. It's just, the thing is, the way that uppercut is delivered, I don't even think Xbox console fans are going to be happy about it. Because it's just not going to go. It's not going to go the way people think it is. But yeah, I want to see Sony continue to do what they do best. I want to see Sony continue to set the example that, frankly, Microsoft should be following. And I'm just so sick and tired of the Microsoft fan base mentality, where it's like cloud gaming and mobile and Game Pass everywhere, and I'm gonna play Game Pass on my refrigerator and my toaster and in the bathroom. It's like, how about you? Like, let's just ask Microsoft to make good games. Can we just start there? Can we just start there? And then we can work our way up from there. All right? All right, let's see. I got a couple smaller super chats here. Domingo813, rant MBG incoming. You should flip your hat, LOL. I would, but I'd accidentally reveal too much of the baldness. Gotta save that reveal. Titus Crow, you're saying Halo or the South. What will rise again first? Jesus. Titus Crow coming in with a just an unexpected super chat. Halo or the South, what will rise again first? God damn. M&Ace, you're saying, can we watch the Play Has No Limit ad now? Unfortunately, no, I don't have it set up to bring up in front of me here. Maybe we could do that another time. I'm not sure. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit delirious now because I've been talking for 4 hours and 35 minutes straight. And I'm spent, man. I'm spent. And I'll be honest, I wasn't anticipating going on that rant there at the end towards Xbox. I mean, you could argue that maybe it was even unnecessary, and it probably was, but the whole point of me doing that, and I'll say this in a more calm state, just so, just so we can, I see you, Titus Crow, just so I can get my point across in a more coherent and less ranty way. I just wanted to highlight that article because, to me, the main takeaway is, if you don't believe me, which I don't blame Xbox fans, like, why would Xbox fans go to MBG to learn about Xbox? I get it. Or Xbox-based opinions. I understand that. But if you don't want to hear it from me, and if you don't want to believe me, then I hope people, these Xbox fans who care about the industry and care about the future of the console in the industry, pay attention to this article from Jez Corden. Listen to what he's saying. Read what he's saying. Of course, there's a little bit of fluff in there. All right? There's a little bit of fluff in there, but the point he's trying to get at, the point he's trying to make, is really not much different than the point I've been trying to make, which is Microsoft is basically putting Xbox console buyers not in the back seat, but in the third row, when they should be in the driver's seat, and they should be the priority. And that's just sad, because the exact opposite is happening for both PlayStation buyers and Nintendo Switch buyers. And I just, truthfully, what it comes down to is, I just think it's genuinely sad that anybody who spends their hard-earned money on an Xbox video game console is basically paying for a third seat experience, like a third row experience. And yet they're paying the same price as those who are getting first class treatment for the same price or even less. So, Ryan Christopher Peters, welcome to Greatness Awaits. I gotta admit, I thought the train had come to a complete stop, but it seems that the complete stop comes here with Ryan Christopher Peters becoming a channel member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, man. I really appreciate that. Look forward to your perks, and I look forward to fleshing out those perks even more so as we go further in. And so this concludes today's episode of Press X Podcast, a PlayStation, but also at times, sometimes, when MBG feels like it, an Xbox podcast, but a gaming podcast nonetheless. And what an episode, man. It speaks for itself. I want to use this opportunity to, I know I said it over and over again, and I'm not going to drag it out, I promise, but I have to say thank you to every single person who either A, became a member, B, gifted memberships, or C, donated a super chat. I mean, the support you guys have shown this channel, and specifically this podcast episode, has been monumental, and it's amazing. And it makes me feel really good. It makes me feel excited, and it makes me feel happy. It makes me feel happy to have such an awesome community. You guys make my day. And so, yeah, we started out this episode. I was hoping maybe we could get 25 new members. You guys murdered it. We are now sitting at over 102 new members, which is just insane. So thank you guys so much. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who tuned into the stream today hoping they would get gifted a channel membership, and they walked away with one. And so if you're somebody who was hoping to get gifted a channel membership, but you didn't get one today, tune in to upcoming live streams. You never know, it might just happen for you. And the final thing I'll say is just hit that like button on your way out. I think we could definitely get to 600 likes. I think that's a real possibility, like a likely possibility. And just to give you a quick update, what am I going to do tomorrow? Am I going to be streaming tomorrow? Well, right now, as it stands, throughout the week, if you don't have notifications turned on, turn on those notifications. Keep an eye on the channel all throughout the week. And keep an eye on gaming news as well, PlayStation news, anything that's going on. Because if something happens, something of significance, you can just feel it in the air. It's a really, really good chance I'm going to be going live. So there you go, guys. That's it. That's episode 157 of Press X Podcast in the bag. Very eventful episode today. I mean, it really had a little bit of everything. So, and before I go, I rate Volcano. Just can't help himself. He's like, MBG, I can't let it go, man. I rate Volcano 71, gifting yet another membership, bringing us up to 103. Ferris Knight was gifted a membership courtesy of I Rate Volcano. So awesome, dude. Awesome. Really appreciate that last second membership gifting going on. All right. That's it. I will, I hope everybody, Mark Cerny approves this gift. I love it. You're saying 102. We're actually, you know what? Let me just update that counter real quick before going. We are at 103. So yeah, there you go, guys. That's it. I'm headed out. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And we'll see what the upcoming week brings. Who knows what type of insane streams and insane mind-numbing rants MBG might go on. All right, guys. Take care. Hopefully my beard will be back the next time I stream.